I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching us.
Hey, come pop in and say what's up.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hello, friends. Hello, friends. Hello, family. Hello. Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good whatever the heck it is to you, and happy Taco Tuesday. I'm glad to see you all. We are on Veridct Watch. Who knew that we would have another day of Veridct Watch after I thought we'd be done. Somebody's here. Hold on. Give you sorry about that. My kids' birthday gifts are here. He's gonna be so excited. My face is still red. It does not hurt. You can see it's kind of peeling a little bit, like right here and right here. You see? You know what that means though? That means I need to be making more time to get out in the sun. It means I'm not making enough time to get out in the sun. Can we cover Wade Wilson's sentencing at 2 o'clock? Yes. And actually, I think they released his psych stuff already, right? I haven't had a chance to really look at it because I've been working on the Ashley Benefield episode, part 2. Which I'm very excited about. Let me see. I'm pretty sure, though, that the women in the chat are psycho. In Wade Wilson's? Why am I not surprised? Honestly, because I will tell you, some of my friends who just vaguely follow true crime, one of them, that's her type, is red flags, like psychotic red flags. And she's like, oh, he's so hot. Ma'am, do you know what he's done? People are crazy. Let's see. A neurologist claims Wade Wilson will either be sentenced to death or life in prison on Tuesday. Once told his adoptive parents that he thought he was going crazy. Let me tell my kid phones here. He got a new phone for his birthday. It's the only thing he wanted. I got him that and 2 other small gifts because that one was a big one. chat is full of groupies. Yeah. And it's like, I think that some of these people like don't really realize. I know my friend didn't realize who he was. She just saw his pictures. And then it's like, once you tell them who he is, they're like, oh. Well, but no, not all of them. Not all of them are like, oh. Some of them are still like, I mean. Not Black Swan again. I am doing 3 episodes on it. 2 on the background of all of the stuff that didn't come out in court. And 1 on the actual trial and what's happened since trial. Good morning, good morning. Wade is not hot, he's a psychopath. I think that knowing he's a psychopath is half the battle, but then some of these people have found out that what a psychopath he is, and they still are like... Still are... Do y'all think our hero Tellis still believes he's going to win? Do you think Tellis still believes he... Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Oh, and mods, by the way, I still cannot get into Discord on my computer, so I am stranded without it. Do you think Tellis thinks he is going to be freed? Yes, he thinks jury will acquit. No, he's gotta know better. Hi, I'm live, so let me set my camera here. Love you.
Love you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Good chat. Good talk.
Well, I mean, you're live.
I know. Let me know how you like it. Love you. Does he think I'm going home? No, he's got to know better. She gets real excited when her brother shows up. Or we'll do add option. Who knows? He's a whack job. Ever since Proctor, whack job has become like my favorite term for crazy people. So I normally wrap birthday presents, but this present is the one that he's been waiting on, and he's actually leaving town. So, which makes me really sad. I won't actually get to see him on his real life birthday. He's about to leave town. So, and I wanted him to have his new phone before he leaves town because the other phone is messing up. So he's getting this one so that he can have it before he makes the trip. So this one, he was waiting on it to get here today. It'll be the first birthday that I haven't been with him. I don't even know how long. I can't remember the last time. Makes me sad. He's turning 21. And he is going out of town. He's going to go spend about a week, a little more than a week with his friends for his birthday and his uncle. No way they find him not guilty. I don't think there's any way they possibly could. Right? There's no way. Right? Right? Make me feel better. Let's see. We got a lot going on today. We got Wade Wilson. Corey Richens. The camera is shaking, so I'm assuming that they are about to maybe come tell us something. But I've got the beginning of the Wade Wilson stuff, so we can watch some of that for those of you who haven't seen it. I was trying to wait on them to kind of come and say something to us first, but they're in recess right now. But we'll read the I've got it ready for us to play. I just am waiting. I was hoping that they would come say something to us first. Okay, so see the camera moving, or am I crazy? Am I crazy because I've been staring at a screen for this many hours? No, it's moving. Wade said in a call that he thinks he'll be getting a few years. He said, I'll be out in a few years. I think he's a little confused. Oh yeah, Ivan. Hey, Ivan. We made a glamour shot picture. And I said that it kind of reminds me of you. Just the hair. Here, I'll show you. Oh, that reminds me. I got to show y'all for those of you who didn't see it, I posted it on Twitter and then I posted it in the Facebook group. But for those of you who didn't see it, I took a look at the stuff yesterday. See, Ivan, doesn't the top picture, doesn't that kind of, it's kind of like rocking your hairstyle, right? Who wore it better? Ivan or the lame duck? Oh yeah, did y'all see the lame duck? Hold on, where is it? I made a lame duck. I had to add him to our stuff. Ivan, this could be your new profile picture. That's the poll we all need in our life. Hold on. Who cares if he thinks he's going to quit or not? This is the poll we all need in our life. Who wore it better? Who wore it better? Ivan or lame duck? Start poll. Taco Tuesday polls are the best. Mullet, mullet, mullet. Look, I live in Florida, so I'm all about a mullet. Yeah, I had a Veridct clock up yesterday. I was thinking that they were going to come in and say something this morning, but they haven't. Let me get our Veridct clock back up. Mr. Stephen Wolf, thank you for the super chat. I'm surprised it has taken this long, but sometimes juries can be unpredictable sometimes. Do you agree? Yes. Unfortunately, they can be very unpredictable, which makes me a little bit nervous. Which I'm sure it will be fine. However, it always does make me a little bit nervous. Marimal says 4 hours, 11 minutes, and 2 seconds. Get you, Marie Moss. You the best. We'll put this up there. The hat and shoes in his house done. Yeah, I am not opposed to that thinking. And also the DNA is so huge. The DNA is so huge. How can they? Okay, we're not going to panic though. We're not going to panic. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Right? Virginia Little member for 13 whole months. Happy 21st birthday to your son, Brandi. Thank you. Seems like a great kid. He is a great kid. I love my kid. Which is good. That's part of it. You're supposed to. He's a good one. I'm really bummed I'm not going to be with him on his birthday. I'm happy he's going to be able to be with his friends. Blah, blah, blah. But I'm really bummed. It's okay. All right, so we will watch Wade Wilson while we are waiting. And thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm behind. Oh, the Zoom. Oh, gosh, you can tell I didn't take my medicine today. All right, hold on. Let me show you this before we move on. Okay, so first things first. If you zoom in on this one, okay, this is not hair. This is a different still shot that you zoom in on. This is not hair, my friends. This is a hoodie. Brian and Jill W, new member, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome. Look at how, look at yonder. Hold on. Oops. Wrong one. Where is it? Now that I added a thing on there. Okay. Oops, not that one. Okay, look. This, when you see this, okay, look, his profile, if he's wearing a hoodie, fits right. Exactly that thing that they showed where they said it's hair. It fits right there. Weezer, thank you. Happy birthday, kid. It's my kid. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll tell him. I'll give him y'all's birthday love. Pippi, long time member for 13 whole months. It's so great being here with such amazing people. We love having you. We love having you. We have 598 until we get to 30K. That's crazy, right? If you're not subscribed, hit subscribe. Robert McNamara, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oops. Okay. Look at this. All right, look at the profile, right? And then look at this loser. I mean, look at this guy. Okay, look. Looks like he's got on glasses too, but that is not a dude with hair. That is a dude with a hoodie on, okay? And look at this one. That is not hair. Look at that. This is all gray. This is a hoodie. That's a hoodie. It's a hoodie. Hello, jury. It's a hoodie. You can go ahead and vote guilty now. What are they doing? Somebody's pressing buttons. That's a hoodie. It's a hoodie. Go on and check your guilty box.
And this is State of Nevada versus, is he here?
Yes, he's
Okay.
being brought in.
All right. Good morning.
Hi.
State of Nevada versus Diabra DeLong Redden, and that case number is C24.
Oh, this is somebody else's. It's somebody else's case. I thought they were coming back. I got so excited for a second. That was the state of Nevada versus a whole other person. Mildred gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Did y'all think they were back? I thought they were back. Unlover 3 gives a stick. What is this? Super sticker. Can't say the words. Words are hard. Thank you for the super sticker. I said it that time. Thank you. I'll get words out sometime. And there was straw in his bag. Yes, the straw that broke the lame duck's back. There was straw in his bag. You should make a trial coffee table picture book with all the when you have enough from the trials. I have them on a little section on the website. I haven't added any in a long time though, but I need to. I got excited too. Bianca, thank you for super thank you. Why can't I talk today? Hi, Brandi. Check out the video compilation I made on his behavior. Robert Tell us behind the mask. You are welcome to show on your channel if it fits for you. Love your coverage. Thank you so much. Oh, we'll have to look at that. Behind the mask. Ugh, this guy. We'll pull that up in just a second. Does the jury not understand what DNA means? No! We don't know why. Donna E, I'm back for more. Thanks for the fun channel to follow. Donna E, happy 4-month anniversary. 4 whole months. 4 whole months. Yeah, it says they're back in deliberation. Don't know why it takes so long. Okay, so we can all agree now. We can move on with our lives. And hopefully the jury will see this too. This is a hoodie. This is a hoodie. This is a hoodie. Still looks like a hat's coming out of there too, but that's a hoodie. It is all gray. That is a hoodie. And the other one that was hair also looks like a hoodie. Four hours is too long. That's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. Christine D, thank you for the super chat. got the words out that time. Nothing like trial watching to make me grateful for my hubby. We celebrate 30th anniversary this week. Love y'all. That's a long time to be married. Congratulations to you. That is a long time. That's amazing. Oops. Congratulations to y'all. I looked for pictures yesterday of Orange Vest Guy, and it's hard to see because he kind of keeps his head down. But in one of the pictures, it looked like there was see? Can you see that? Gray? You know what it looks like? It looks like the same gray hoodie thing that we just saw on the dude in the car. It is him. Yeah, he knew everybody would remember that bald head. It's fine. Everything's fine. Breezy, thank you for the super chat. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Do y'all know what that's from? Everything is awesome. It's what I sing to myself when everything is in fact not awesome and I'm trying to convince myself that it is. Happy little jam. DSN, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Can you imagine his facial expressions as he walked? Ugh. It's him. Yes, that is from Lego Movie. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome. He's guilty. He's guilty. He's guilty. He's guilty. But why the duffel bag? I'm confused. I have some theories on that. I am wondering if when he got back there, he knew he was going to get blood on him, right? So I've thought about like, okay, when he got back there, did he maybe take a different shirt to change into? Did he take that shirt off and have, because he has another shirt on underneath, whatever. And then I'm thinking, okay, well, he has the bag with him. The hat was obviously in the bag because we saw the straw from it. So when he stopped to do whatever he had to do and put the license plate back on and all that, you know, when he got to the car, you know, when he got out of the neighborhood, if he put the stuff in the bag, I don't know. He carried the bag. I would think he would have to carry the knife in there, but I'm thinking he had to have either had two of those shirts or taken that shirt off to do it in case he got blood on him because he didn't want to be walking away with blood on him. I don't know. I've got a few different theories that could work with that. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Let's see. Don't be suspicious. He is so guilty. Who wears an orange vest to commit an unaliving? He is a neon ninja. Kool-Aid? He's a neon ninja. Duh. Didn't the one witness at the park say he was wearing a hoodie? Yes. Yes, mama of three. And that could have been Some people said that could, I cannot stop yawning. Some people said that that could have been a, oh, dropping my medicine. Like a trial run. It could have been one of the like surveillance days. It could have been where he was going to be dumping the stuff on that day, et cetera, et cetera. Or it could have been a different dude. So guilty. Can't deny the DNA under the finger. The DNA under the fingertip. No blood or DNA from knife in the bag. And see, I believe he had plastic bags to prevent that. Because that would be one of the easiest things to get, you know, the easiest ways to get caught is having his blood on stuff. So I feel like he had like trash bags or something like that to put inside the duffel bag to keep there from being blood on there. And I think he got rid of the knife and his gloves and whatever else, the shirt and that stuff. I think he got rid of that when he went to, potentially when he went to Planet Fitness. But see, remember, they couldn't just run over to Planet Fitness and check stuff. By the time that they put out the stuff to figure out that it could have potentially been him, it was, you know, days later. And then the trash and everything would have been gone from Planet Fitness. And even then, they didn't know that he was at Planet Fitness at that time. That didn't come till later. So by the time they would have gotten to Planet Fitness, there wouldn't have been anything in the trash for them to find. Lex, and they said they didn't have cameras there at the time or something. Lex member 13 whole months. Who's the blonde lady? So happy to be working and lurking with you. We love it when you work and lurk. Working, lurking, twerking. None of that on a Tuesday. Happy 13 months. Happy 13 months. Professional assassin. Freudian slip and fall over. I love that name. That's funny. A professional assassin. He a pro. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. How could he be that dumb though? There are some things that he did that are super dumb. There's some things that he did where I'm like, okay, like he was thinking through this. But yeah, then others I'm like, no. Go take your meds, girl. You could tell. Unmedicated Brandi. Coveralls in the bag. I thought about this too, Lisa, because if, you know, he was back behind that gate for, what, 2 minutes or something before. So I was thinking, like, if he had, like, you know, something he threw over him and then to keep from getting blood on him, and then he took that back off afterwards, because he was back there after Jeff goes down. He's back there for another couple minutes, and it doesn't take that long to do what he did. Oh God, poor Jeff. So I feel like he had something where he like had, I was thinking it could be like coveralls or another shirt or something, but even then with the shirt, then how do you know that you don't get blood on the jeans and the stuff? So he planned it out. He planned to go there and kill. So he made a plan to keep from getting blood on himself. That's obvious. And whatever that plan involved was in that bag. That's my theory. Yeah, he would like to think that he wouldn't do this. Mistrial, new member, welcome, welcome, welcome. Back to the green side. Back to the green side. Elijah, thank you for the super chat. Wow, that was the longest 5 minutes of my life. Thanks for covering this. Inside of the car, you know, those clear plastic seat covers they have when you bring your car to change the tires. Yeah. See, it has to be, because y'all keep in mind, he planned this. This is a planned neon ninja assassin. So he knew what was going to be happening, and he made plans to not get the blood on him. I think it had to be at minimum a different shirt, potentially like coverall type things, like painters coveralls or whatever. Robert McNamara, can you send happy birthday to my baby boy who turned 30 years old? Happy 30th birthday. Happy 30th birthday. Happy 30th birthday. Devil's advocate, with suspect wearing long pants and sleeves and Tells not having any facial wounds. Where did the DNA come from? Was it dried blood or skin? I think it wasn't blood, because there was no blood on there. Whatever the DNA was more than likely this like skin cells. But it's funny though that, I guess not funny, but impressive, I think, for Jeff Gehrman. You know, he's an investigative journalist. So he's like, he knows that these things happen. Like, he knows that you can get like that's something that he, like, you know, he has dealt with and reported on, I'm sure, hundreds of times about DNA under fingernails. So I think it's kind of, I don't know, maybe poetic's the wrong word, but like the undeniable evidence of his DNA being under his fingernails. I don't know. I hate that this happened to somebody like that, but I think it's great that the DNA, he was able to get DNA under his fingernails, you know, for that to go in front of a jury, for there to be no doubt. And there's no doubt they're going to come back with a guilty verdict. We're going to get there. Manifesting it. Yes, he was wearing gloves to and from the scene in that video. Garbage bags for his car to sit on. Yeah, because they said that he put that bag in the back seat. So he probably had, I'm thinking he would have had a trash bag inside the plastic bag to put whatever he was putting in there, to put it in there so that you're not getting blood on anything. And then, you know, probably lay it down on the back seat or back floorboard or whatever, wherever it was. Everything is awesome. We are, Robert, lame duck, tell us. Love the name and the emoji. Giving ducks everywhere a bad name. Marie Moss has our stats. State, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 44 seconds. Theme, facts. That was a great closing, wasn't it? Defense closing, 37 minutes, 8 seconds. Theme, hair. Compass Realtor was said 13 times. I was wondering. I'm glad you caught that. I'm so glad you counted that. Compass Realty was said 13 times. We did a poll on that, and most people thought it would be said more than 6 times, and they doubled that. Word of the day, amateur and Little Hammer hammered it. He did awesome. He did awesome. So good. I love that too, because I feel like those are the kind of closings that are like, where like you really feel like they're a voice for the victim. And I loved it. And a voice for us, because we're all sitting here like, come on, bro, get it together. Still doesn't make sense that he kept shoes and a hat in his house and got rid of everything else. I think that he was trying to get rid of things little by little. I think that he didn't think that they were going to be able to come after him like that soon. I think that he like thought that, you know, I think that that's why he was cutting up the shoes. I think that he was only halfway through cutting up the shoes and he was cutting up the hat, and he was planning on like getting rid of them at a dumpster or something so that you couldn't like put it all together and figure out what it is. That's what I think. And I think that he didn't think that he was going to get caught that soon. And he thought that he would have time to continue cutting this crap up and getting rid of it. That's what I think. Everything is awesome. My son is turning 25 on 8/30. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'm surprised Celebration has gone last long. Me too. Oh, let's end this poll. Ivan, are you still here? Congratulations. You wore it better. You wore it better than the lame duck. You rocked the mullet better than the duck. What did you think when the defense attorney said CSI was young and blonde? I may not be young anymore, but I am blonde. And you know what? We are not we are not, we don't live up to the stereotype. We smart. The neon jacket is yet to be found. Yeah, that and the murder weapon. I think they got taken out with Planet Fitness trash. I am behind on chat. Let me speak forward a little bit. Sorry. You need to announce to hit that like button, ma'am. Sorry, I forget, Ricky Watson. Thank you for the reminder. Please hit the like button if you haven't yet. Please hit the like button. Jackie, member for 6 whole months. Hi, Brandi Villagers. Took a break after Karen Reed. We are glad to see you back. I took a break after Karen Reed, too. And now we're back. Like, super back. September 3rd is my day. That's my kid's actual birthday. September 3rd. I went into labor on Labor Day. True story. Didn't this happen on a Friday? They released the pictures in that video on a Friday, I think. Note to self, cut up evidence in a more timely manner. If there's one thing we've learned, hopefully we've learned more than that. David Reese, thank you for this super chat. Look at me, I'm saying it now. Lame ducks wear little moccasins and cheap Nikes. I know that's right. With your little moccasins and your little walk. Oh my gosh, the snark. The snark. I loved it. He was shredding the evidence like mail or bills. I don't put all the pieces of a credit card in the same trash bag either. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think that he was not thinking that they were going to, you know, come get him that soon. I think that he thought he had time and he was trying to cut everything up to get rid of it, spread all around so it would never be found. Barbara, he said something about it, but all he really said was, I didn't like the way, that was the one thing that I wish Hamner would have done different in his closing. When he talked about that, he said something to them about, he's like, yeah, I encourage you to look at it. Look at that and keep in mind, like, this is a busy work area, and there are workers. So, that could have been another worker or whatever. And that's the one thing that I wish would have been done differently by him. Everything else, he was right on and he nailed it. Apartment for 6 whole months. 6 whole months. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Can you show the video of you imitating Auntie Bev during the Karen Reed trial? I don't even know. I don't know if I have the video. I know it's somewhere. Didn't I post it somewhere? Let's see if I can find it. Taste the biscuit. Lally, if you're out there. Oh, no, that's not it. It's me bitching at Lally. Fussing at Lally. Sorry. I thought I had it on my Twitter somewhere. There's Coffin Dapper running across 34 Fairview, which is almost as entertaining. Which is more entertaining, let's be honest. Lucy videos. Oh, here it is. Hear ye, hear ye. God save the Commonwealth. Hold on. Let me hide my... Hear ye, hear ye. God save the Commonwealth. It's just us. Don't mind. Come on in. Have a seat. Grab a biscuit.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
Did you say that? Is that what you said? You've heard the term like going over the cliff? Or did I just make that up? Have we heard that? Have we heard that? Have you heard that? Can you answer that? I feel like that's where you know how there's like, it's like, oh, you're walking around and you're normal and you have a normal life. And then there's like a cliff right here. And then it's like, phew. We talked about that, Mr. Jackson. That's where I'm at. Speak up. I really don't want to turn the air off. I need you to speak up. Can you answer that? I'll allow it. Remember that cliff? Taste the biscuit. I'll allow it. Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? Can you answer that? Bruh. Who, if anyone? Unless they got one of them fancy drive myself Tesla type of ambulances, I'm pretty sure somebody was driving the damn ambulance. If you have to get your evidence bags at Stop and Shop, you probably can't afford a Tesla ambulance. You woke up the next morning, is that correct? Can you answer that? Ask it another way, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Yannetti, we talked about this.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
It just never gets old. It really doesn't. Say 5. Give me 5. Good girl. That's when we all knew the trial had broke me. That was like mid emotional and mental breakdown. That's when we all knew I was gone. That's when we all knew. Look, y'all, I love Auntie Deb. I love Auntie Deb. Auntie Deb does on YouTube does what's it called when you answer the questions? Trivia. On Mondays was doing trivia, and I stopped taking I took a break from working one night because beginning of the week are always like 18 to 20 hour days for me because I'm working on podcast episodes on top of streaming. I say beginning of the week, it's really through Thursday, but whatever. Anyway, so I was like, I need a break. My mind was going crazy. And I popped in over there and it was so funny. So funny. Just all of the videos from Auntie Deb are just hilarious. And I answered one of the questions and then Jen McCabe, Auntie Deb, Jen McCabe said something about language earmuffs, if you don't want to, said something about Brandi Churchwell. It's like, I love that podcast, asshole. I about died. It was hilarious. Auntie Deb is so funny. So funny. Great comic relief. And who doesn't need some comic relief? Hello, Humorous, God of Law, Brady, several YouTubers have been hit with demonetization streams and channels being struck or demonetized for streaming trials. YouTube denied my monetization again. Have you had it? What? No, I haven't had any issues. I didn't know that was happening. Have I heard? My phone is blowing up. What is happening? How are they still deliberating? I have no idea. Yeah, Biscuit Song slaps hard. Oh, EDB said it seemed to be an auto flag. She had issues last night. Oh. Can I move the comments to the other side of the screen? Comments? Oh, the chat? Are you watching on TV? I can't move those. I can move myself. I think. Oops. There we go. It's not just you. My phone is blowing up right now. There's some stuff happening. YouTube's automated AI copyright. EDB, Legal Vices, Baker, me. Apparently, that's crazy. I have not yet. Emily said that YouTube struck her KR stuff, Corporation stuff last night and took it down, but it originally came across as like a third party, so she was thinking some little news outlet was claiming it as theirs. Oh, that's interesting. The jury's not even there. Vanessa Murphy just tweeted and said, we were told that the jury would be back at 9 to continue deliberations. Now it appears that the jury may start deliberations at 10:30. So they're not even starting for another 30 minutes. Really? But anyone from YouTube that Manual review of my channel was conducted. What? That's crazy. There's a video with the driver profile coming from the crime scene. It's going to. This is before he parked. Sean on the Gulf got demonetized too. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, they're not even, they're apparently haven't even been up there. I know that the Corey Richards, when they said that they weren't going to stream it live, they were going to do it on a delay, but Edgewater's really nice. I used to stay there before I lived here. They have a nice pool, and they have really good chicken fingers in their little thing downstairs. Chrissy, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Brady. I've never seen the Lego movies, but now I have. Everything is awesome stuck in my head. The universe knew I needed it today. It's a catchy little tune. It's a catchy little tune. Hello, Tam. Welcome, welcome. What case am I covering next? That kind of depends because it kind of depends. I've got so much going on. I've got the podcast that I've got to get caught up. So, hopefully we'll get a verdict here, and then I'm gonna look for something for next week. Most of the rest of this week is going to be spent on podcast stuff, unless one of the other ones that I have flagged is starting. Did you say they're not going to show the verdict live? No, I did not say that. I said they weren't doing the Corey Richards hearing yesterday live. They had it on delay or something. The still frame was not offered as evidence during the trial. He talked about this when he was giving that. He said something about how they didn't offer that to them or stop that, or they didn't tell them that you could watch that one and pause it or whatever, and they didn't show that part as part of it, but all of the video evidence was admitted. So okay, so They haven't even apparently started with this yet, which is just wonderful. We're going to watch Wade. Wade Wilson. I wanted to watch this one while we were waiting. Let's see. This part's from this morning.
Defendant are present. We're here on the state of Florida versus Wade Stephen Wilson, case number 19 CF 568. And we're here for Spencer hearing this morning. Are both the state and defense ready to proceed?
State's ready, Judge.
Defense is ready, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Very well. If everybody will announce themselves for the record.
We are Andreas Gardner and Ms. Sarah Miller on behalf of the state.
Good morning. Sarah Miller on behalf of the state.
Kevin Shirley on behalf of Mr. Wilson,
Lee Hollander on behalf of Mr. Wilson.
together with Ms. Perez on behalf of Mr. Wilson.
All right. And Mr. Wilson's present. All right.
Judge, my first witness is a neurologist, and he's lost.
This is from this morning.
We're in the building trying to find the courtroom, so that's not him.
Okay. So we just need to wait.
We just need a minute.
Okay.
I just need to track him down.
All right.
All right?
All right. Counsel. Okay. Very well.
Fast forward.
Excuse me, Your Honor. For the court's benefit, and once again, I thank the court for the extra time. We had two doctors that had the opportunity to interview Mr. Wilson during the interim, so everybody got their work done to the best of their ability. We have elected to only call one of the two witnesses.
Very well. And you say that witness is in the building, as far as you know.
Yeah, let me see.
Ms. Perez is going to call him
Okay.
and find out exactly where he is.
Judge, if we could just, I would like to make a little more of a record of the other doctor that they listed. I believe it was Dr.
Brannon.
Mark Brannon, is that correct?
Michael
Brannon. He did evaluate him. The defense is choosing not to call him, and it's my understanding that what he would have to say would be cumulative to what Dr. Mills said and what he testified to the jury. So I just want to put that on the record for appellate purposes, that that is a choice defense is making to not call him.
Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, I feel I need to clarify. Obviously, Dr. Brannon is not a neuropsychologist, he is a psychologist. So he had a different battery of tests that he ran. His conclusions would do nothing to further our position of Mr. Wilson's position in the case. So we're affirmatively electing not to call him in the case.
Okay.
They talk too slow. I don't get the appeal. Can we fast forward to this? What are we waiting on? Come on.
Your witness here?
He's in a long line downstairs. I thought he was going through the scanners.
I'll just my delay.
Wait to make that bigger. Rubino, how are you employed? Your name?
All right, here we
go.
go.
My name is Mark Patrick Rubino.
Mr. Rubino, how are you employed?
I'm self-employed
Right.
as a neurologist.
Are you an MD?
I am.
Can you give us a brief background of your educational history?
Yes, after graduating from high school, I entered into a 6-year BS&D program through Kent State University in Northeast Ohio, and then went to medical school at Northeastern Ohio University's College of Medicine. Excuse me?
Yeah, can you speak up a little louder?
medical school at Northeastern Ohio University College of Medicine, which is now Northeastern Ohio Medical University. And then I did my transitional residency at Summa Health Systems in Akron, Ohio, and then neurology residency at USF in Tampa. And I've been practicing in Naples since 1999.
Right. You specialize in neurology, is that correct?
I do.
Are you board certified in neurology?
I am.
Have you ever testified as an expert in a case and allowed to give your opinion in a courtroom before?
Yes.
How many times?
This would be 78 times.
Okay. And the majority, if not exclusively, is you're a witness for the defense, are you not?
I am, because I've never been asked by the state.
Obviously, you have nothing in your background or anything that would prohibit you from testifying on behalf of the state, do you?
Not at all.
You just never had that opportunity.
Correct.
And are you being paid for your evaluations and your testimony here today?
I am.
And at what rate?
$400 an hour?
Is that the rate approved by the JAC?
It is.
Did you have an opportunity to become engaged with our defense team?
I have.
And do you recall just approximately when that was?
Sometime in March, I think.
Okay. Do you know Wade Wilson?
I met him.
Did you had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Wilson?
I did.
Okay. And how did you talk to Mr. Wilson? In person?
You can say that. The first part was in person with him basically bound and shackled, and that's when I did my exam. And the second part was with him still bound and shackled behind a glass wall.
Okay.
But that was in person, I take it.
All right. The first time you visited with him, when he was bound and shackled, but you actually had contact with him, for what purpose was that contact?
The purpose of that was for my exam, my neurological examination.
Okay. What type of neurological examination?
12 people on jury for tell us.
Just a neurological examination.
Okay. Do you run several tests?
Yes, it has several parts to it.
All right. Why don't we go through the parts one at a time? What's the first part?
Mental status.
Okay. And how do you test that?
I would usually do a Montreal Cognitive Assessment as a formalized version of a mental status.
I'm going to have you speak up a little louder. Sorry, it's hard to hear you.
Montreal Cognitive Assessment test.
I'm sure the judge has heard this before, but for the record, can you tell us what tests or what examinations comprise this?
Of the mental status?
Yes. The cognitive test that you said was the first test you had to perform.
It's broken down into visual, spatial, and executive, naming, memory, attention, language, abstraction, delayed recall, and orientation.
Okay. And so how do you test for these?
First part, I have them do the first part. Very first question is something called trails, where you connect letters and numbers in a sequence and a pattern that's been established.
Okay, and was he able to do that?
He was able to do that, yes.
All right, what was the second part of the examination?
Copy a cube.
And was Mr. Wilson able to do that?
He drew something, but it wasn't a cube.
Okay, what was it? What did it look like?
It was a funky square.
Okay.
The best I can describe it.
And I'm going out of order a little bit here, but do you give scores to each one of these?
Well, each counts as a point, and then these points are all added up to a final score.
Okay. What was the next test after the cube?
Clock draw.
All right, and describe how that is conducted.
You're supposed to draw a clock with all the numbers on it, which seems straightforward, but it's amazing how some people can't do it.
I'm still having a hard time understanding what he's saying. I don't know if it's just volume or...
I'm trying to turn it up as loud as I can. If you could just project louder.
All right, I'll talk louder. Is that better?
That's better.
All right, so the clock draw is a test where people seem to sound pretty easy, but a lot of people mess it up.
So how did Mr. Wilson do on that?
The numbers are on there, but there's no 12. He had put 1 in the place of the 12 in the first place, so that throws the numbers off. And then he just put a couple X's in the center. And at this point, I think he got a little frustrated.
All right, so he didn't actually draw hands to the clock when you told him what time to reflect on the clock?
No hands on the clock, no.
Just 2 X's?
2 X's.
You said Mr. Wilson appeared to be frustrated to you. How did he express himself?
I can't do this. Part of it was the police were there because, or not police, the officers were there, and he was just getting very paranoid and very anxious that they were watching him.
Okay. Was he asked to perform any other tests?
Yes. Actually, I did the rest of the test in the rest of the MOCA in the blocked exam room.
Okay, so the officers were not present?
Correct.
They were not able to observe?
We're making them nervous.
Okay. So what other tests did you ask him to perform?
At that point, I went on and did cranial nerves.
What is that?
It's assessing cranial nerves. It's the nerves that arise off your brain.
And how do you test for that?
Well, I don't test for 1 because it's olfactory. I really don't test for 2 either because that's vision. I'll test for 3, 4, and 6, which is extraocular movements.
Thank you, Beth.
And why are you looking for those?
Well, it's part of a neurological examination, but what I found was he had some horizontal jerk nystagmus on bilateral gaze.
Okay. What does that mean?
It means when you test his eyes left to right, you'll see a couple of jerks in them, jerks in the eye movements, as you go to the left and as you go to the right.
Okay. Is that to be anticipated of anybody who takes this test?
Typically, people have normal movements. They have normal saccades, which is the movement of the eye, and then the jerkiness, as known as nystagmus, which could be from vestibular disease or midbrain disease.
Okay. What did you do next?
Let's see.
Just for the record, did you bring your file with you?
Yes, I did.
And are you referring to your notes occasionally?
I am.
Go ahead.
Cranial nerve 5, which is sensation to his face, which is cranial nerve 5, which is sensation to his face. Cranial nerve 7, which is facial symmetry when smiling, etc., and that was normal. Cranial nerve 8, check hearing. Cranial nerve 9, check palate. Does you let go up when you say ah? Midline, that'll be intact. Cranial nerve 10, can't really check 10 because that's more GI stuff and heart related. Cranial nerve 11, check shoulder shrug. And cranial nerve 12 is hypoglossal, which is tongue, and make sure his tongue goes out straight.
Well, as a result of these individual tests, did you come to any conclusions?
That he had horizontal bilateral nystagmus. That's the positive finding in his cranial nerves.
Okay.
And then there's more to the exam.
All right. What else did you do?
Motor examination.
How do you test for that?
You physically test the strength of each muscle.
Did you find that to be challenging?
It was challenging because he only had one arm free at one time because he was bound. But I was able to get it done with the extra time.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions as a result of his performance of that?
His motor examination was normal in terms of strength. His tone was abnormal as he had cogwheeling on his right side.
He had what? I'm sorry?
Cogwheeling. It's a test where you passively move the arm and you feel ratchetiness in his arm. And it's typically a sign of Parkinson's disease, but it's also found in people who are subjected to antipsychotics at some point.
In your research, did you determine that he had consumed antipsychotics?
He had been on many, many medications, and there were some that were antipsychotics, yes.
Okay. So this test basically confirmed that as it relates to Mr. Wilson?
He's been treated for mental health disease.
Okay. Did you have him perform any other tests?
The next test I did was deep tendon reflexes.
Okay, and how does he test for that?
I take my reflex hammer and I tap tendons in his arms and legs.
Like a doctor does when you're sitting on the edge of the
I'm
building and taps your...
a doctor.
I understand that. So how did he perform on that?
He had decreased reflexes in his arms. He had 1 out of 5 in the bicep and brachioradialis. 0 at the triceps, and that's bilateral. His patellas were brisk at 3 out of 5, and his ankle jerks were normal with downgoing Babinski.
What is that?
Babinski test is you strike the bottom of the foot, look and see where the toe goes. If it goes up, that means there's upper motor neuron problem.
Okay, and what was the result of his examination?
That was normal.
It was all right. Okay. Did you have him perform any other tests?
I tested sensation, which was normal, to temperature, vibration, and light touch. I had him do coordination with a finger to nose test.
Okay, how did you do on that?
On the right, he did okay, but on the left, he had some what's called pass pointing. He would miss the object. I think it was also kind of my opinion at the time. He was a little impulsive, just doing things, just very haphazard.
Okay. Any other tests, doctor?
I watched him walk, and I checked the Romberg. Both those were negative.
Does that mean that's normal?
Yes.
Okay. As a result of these tests, did you have him perform any other tests?
While I was there or after the boards?
While you were there.
No, I just took a history.
Okay. So you talked to Mr. Wilson about what had happened to him during his lifetime?
Yes.
Did you glean any information that you determined was important to your later diagnosis?
One issue is that he was pretty normal up until 11 years old or so. At that point, he told his parents that he thought he was going crazy. And in fact, his sister, Dr. Wendy, had said that he had started getting mental illness at that point. But that's not my field. I'm going to get into head injuries. That was the first thing he told me, though. Well, I asked him about childhood head injuries. That's what we talked about. He was okay until about 11 years old.
I need you to project a little louder, sir.
That he was okay until about 11 years old, and then things went awry.
Okay, did he tell you about any head injuries?
Yes. He didn't tell me when they happened, but where was when he's in Tallahassee.
How did he sustain the head injuries?
He was a passenger. The driver rode off the highway and hit an oak tree.
Did he lose consciousness?
Yes, his head spidered the windshield. I asked him if there's a spider shape on the windshield, and he said, yeah, that's usually what happens when people wear those seatbelts and get into a car accident. He went to the local hospital, but he left AMA.
It's from this morning.
Against medical advice. He didn't wait to get assessed.
Did he sustain any other head injuries that he reported to you?
A second MVA, also in the Tallahassee region, close to the beach. He was leaving the beach, but he was on probation. And the driver somehow also hit a tree. I don't know what's wrong with these drivers, but they hit a tree, and they all basically got knocked out. When he came to, he started running because he was on probation and didn't want to get arrested for being out of his jurisdiction.
So he never made it to the hospital?
He made it to the EMS because he got worried about himself. He went to the EMS to get checked out, but then he refused transportation.
Did he ever report any injuries he sustained as a child in sports or anything?
Yes. Playing football, he notes at least one concussion where he's knocked out. Playing baseball, he notes at least one concussion in running bases.
Now, did you have a chance to review any other materials before you prescribed any further testing?
Yes.
What materials did you have a chance to review?
It seems like endless amounts of jail medical records.
And did any of those jail medical records corroborate what Mr. Wilson was telling you?
None of the head injuries, but definitely for psychiatric disease.
Okay. And what did these records, how did they enhance your opportunity to diagnose Mr. Wilson?
Only in that he'd been diagnosed with major depression, bipolar disorder, and treated for these disorders for years of being in prison.
So isn't he one of the ones who, didn't he try to escape? Didn't he have an escape attempt? Am I thinking of the right one? He's in Florida. Yes, I thought so. He tried to escape. And there was other stuff. I guess he's about to get into some of the jail records and stuff, but he was going to try to have something, like have drugs brought in or something too, right? Am I thinking of the right one?
Or in jails, for that matter.
Was he also treated for schizophrenia?
He was treated for schizoaffective disorder.
I see.
That's another psychiatric diagnosis he had obtained. But there were no head injuries within the records.
Did you have an opportunity to evaluate some gross testing material provided to you from Dr. Eisenstein?
Oh, he also overdosed.
Yes, but as I mentioned, I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, and that really didn't make sense to me.
Okay, so it didn't assist you at all?
No.
All right, after you had conducted all these tests and you reviewed all these records, did you prescribe any further testing for
His
Mr.
girlfriend
Wilson?
brought him drugs. I thought I remembered something like that.
Due to his self-reported head injuries, as well as some physical findings that support the potential for traumatic brain injury or head injuries, I ordered testing.
What tests did you order performed?
I ordered a MRI of the brain, performed on a 3T MRI, with DTI, that's diffusion tensor imaging, as well as NeuroQuant. I also obtained a CT PET FDG, fluoride deoxyglucose, in order to assess function of his brain.
Okay. Were any of these tests performed?
The MR of the brain and the DTI were done. NeuroQuant was not done, nor was the CT PET, the FDG CT PET.
Okay. Were you provided the results of these tests by?
So all of this is the doctors are able to, like, whoever, I think he had a neurologist and a psychologist or psychiatrist or something. I've been working on 4 other trials, so I could be wrong, but I think that that's the 2 that they had. They get to come before the judge and give whatever evidence they have about what they think about him, what they think that he has, you know, how he is as far as, you know, neurological disorders, psychological disorders, anything like that. They can come give whatever opinions that they have about his ability to function at a normal level so that it can go toward the death penalty argument. So it's like if, remember when Bryce Rhodes, he was, they were seeking death penalty for him, and then they took death penalty off the table because they had the doctors that came in and said that, that he was not, not mentally stable enough. How was it that they worded it? I can't remember. They said that he had some kind of learning disability or mental disability or something like that. So it made him not eligible for death penalty. So this is kind of the same thing. They have the doctors and, you know, neurologists usually is who it is, neurologist, psychologist, that type thing, that will come in and talk to them about what they've learned about them, so then they can decide if he's going to be eligible for death penalty or get life in prison without parole.
By Gulf Coast Medical Center?
I was.
And did they also include another test that had previously been performed on Mr. Wilson?
Yes, a CT scan of his head done the year before.
And did you review the CT scan?
Yes.
And did you find it of any value in your diagnosis?
The CT scan showed no evidence of acute hemorrhage or stroke, as the report says, but you can see some lateral asymmetry on this CAT scan as well.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Zoom, zoom. Fast forward. He's like just leaned back, chilling.
Back to the microphone.
This is the left lateral ventricle. It's slightly bigger, this ventricle. That's called ventricular asymmetry.
Okay. All right.
Next slide.
Is there any way we can move a microphone closer to him? Or, I don't know how far that one comes out.
Bryce Rhodes trial was messed up. I was so mad. I could not. I was hoping he was going to act up so they'd zap him. Head injuries can significantly impact personality. That is absolutely true. In Chad Daybell's case, he says that it opened up his mind to be able to, what do you call it, the veil, opened him up to be able to see things and speak to spirits and whatever else, all that nonsense he talks is, all the things that he thinks he's capable of. But those things can definitely impact it. When you add those on top of excessive drug use and oftentimes I don't know about his situation, but I honestly don't know that much about him. I only know just what little bit I've read. I haven't followed that one that closely. But if you mix some of that stuff also with childhood trauma, especially childhood abuse in males, a lot of it stems from issues with opposite sex parents, like their moms, having especially really screwed up relationships with them. All of those things can kind of make like this big psychological cocktail that can cause all kinds of damage. It's like common denominators that you see in a lot of criminals.
Better?
Not yet.
Oh, you can turn it on.
Again,
Is that better?
not saying
there
that's
it
about
is.
him.
Okay.
Just in general terms. I know he's
Okay, I don't know if anybody can see this,
drugs were a problem.
but I measured the ventricles to show that there's a difference. NeuroQuant is very helpful at showing us asymmetry because it measures this stuff, but we had no NeuroQuant, so I measured it myself. On the right side, which is your left, here, that's 3.55 millimeters. On the right side, that's 5.6 millimeters. So that's quite a difference in the ventricle size for one side to the other. Next slide. And here you can visually see it, where the left or your right side is bigger than the left side. But also I'm going to point your attention to all the space here. In my opinion, his ventricles are very small for his age.
What is the purpose of the ventricle?
The ventricles are the space inside the brain where cerebrospinal fluid is. The size indicates if there's too much water in the brain or too much brain in the brain. His ventricles are too small, which tells me that he likely has a pretty good-sized brain, which is why any amount of atrophy in it is significant.
Okay. I interrupted you. I'm sorry, doctor. You were pointing out the spacing.
So the space, you're looking at space all around his brain. Nothing. Space in between, and then up in front, you see the space. So the space in front of his brain, so that indicates some frontal lobe atrophy. Not a lot of atrophy. He's got some frontal lobe atrophy. Next slide. Back to the ventricle.
But I will say this. There's a difference in excuses, because there's not an excuse for anybody to do the things that he did. There's never an excuse. There's no excuse for any of that. Never. There's no excuse. Nothing excuses that behavior. The neurological and the psychological standpoint of stuff does not attempt to excuse it. It attempts to explain how we got there, because there are common denominators that, and factors that play into certain behaviors that are not, like a normal person doesn't just go, on a murdering spree or, do all these horrible things. That's not normal. So when something like that happens, that's not normal behavior, and it goes beyond the scope of even just a, crappy person, it's so far beyond just somebody who, decides to rob Popeye's chicken, for extra money or whatever. Like it goes so far beyond that. It's like the complete disregard for human life and empathy. It's such a big jump from just making bad decisions. It reaches a whole new level. So the attempt is to try to understand what factors contribute to get somebody to the point where they make those kinds of decisions and they're capable of doing that. And being able to understand those factors help in a prevention thing. Sometimes you can start looking for warning signs in children. You can start looking for warning signs when people start, like, for example, serial killers, they say that they start to, like one of the signs as it progresses is they start hurting animals. So if you see these signs, because there's been studies into this, now you see these signs as something that instead of where, decades ago you may have thought like, okay, well, he's, going through a phase or he's whatever, and you may explain it away. Now you can maybe understand that these are like warning signs and these are stepping stones that are common to get to this other point where you can kind of, look at maybe having some kind of interference into where it's going. You know what I mean? So I think that it's a common misconception that when doctors testify about this stuff that they're coming up here to excuse it. It's not in any way excusing anything, because there is no excuse. I think that understanding if there are factors outside of his control, all that's going to do, it's not going to excuse it one way or the other. All it's going to do is make the judge decide if he has enough, because he's responsible for it either way. Either way, he's either going to die or spend the rest of his life in prison. But finding out how these outside factors may have played a part in it is going to determine the amount of responsibility on him as to whether or not he is going to be put to death or not. Or if there is like major head trauma and he's, you know, whatever, then they may say that they don't feel comfortable putting him to death, that he would spend the rest of his life in prison, but not death penalty.
This is another location, just to show that I'm not just cherry picking.
He won't ever get better, no.
Is right, which is on your left, is 8.03 millimeters. On the left, which is your right, is 9.48 millimeters. Note this is all less than a centimeter. And again, here's left frontal. I'm going to get back to that. Left frontal.
Ready?
Yep. All right, now we're going to start talking about atrophy.
What is atrophy?
Atrophy is where the brain shrinks and pulls away from the skull and creates more spinal fluid on the other side of it. His brain has really no atrophy other than in certain locations. And where you see it is right in here and right in here. This area is where the amygdala is and the hippocampus is. The amygdala is part of the limbic system, and hippocampus is part of your memory centers. His memory on the MOCA was, he had 1 out of 5 on recall. So atrophy here, and then we start seeing the anterior frontal lobe. You don't even see brain here yet. You just see spinal fluid. Next slide. Next slide. Did you see the space here?
We're at 1.25
Space in
speed.
between, and the space between here is more than space over here. And that's your orbital frontal cortex, part of your frontal lobe. Some atrophy, not a ton of atrophy, some atrophy. Okay, this is a color picture. This is our DTI. Let me get over here so you can see better.
Okay. You can move the microphone with you.
So what we're looking at here is...
Doctor, let me interrupt you a second. Using some initials here, what is DTI?
DTI is diffusion tensor imaging.
What's it designed to show?
Axonal...
I also think sometimes, and it's okay if you disagree with me, I also think that sometimes when you give doctors or neurologists or whatever, and not all of them, but I just think this is just a generalization. I think that sometimes when they are given certain things to look at, I think that they almost, I think that some doctors look harder for these mitigating factors than other doctors do. I think that some of them, think about Letitia, Dr. What's her name? Dorothy, Dr. What was her name? Dr. Shoot, what was her name? Anyway, I think that that's, to me, an example of a doctor who may take things that do seriously affect other people and broaden that where, okay, like if you have like, you know, this many people would fit into this category to explain all of these factors. Some of the doctors will take it and make it like to where this many people, they kind of make the explanations and the outside factors, they kind of are a little bit more lenient. Dr. Dorothy Lewis, that was it. They make the stuff that would normally fit for a much smaller group. I think that some doctors make it fit for more people than it actually should.
Interruption. Theoretically from traumatic brain injury, however, white matter lesions from like strokes can cause that to be abnormal as well. But I can tell you that he has no white matter lesions on his brain.
I interrupted you. What depicted on this particular slide?
That the green indicating a flow of axons is greater on one side than the other. There's a paucity of it on this side. Next picture is even a little bit better. Here we got green and blue. Really got nothing over here other than a little yellow. So this tells us that we have some frontal lobe damage. I think that's it.
So, if we put all that information together, what kind of conclusions did you come to as regarding Mr. Wilson's brain, his brain injuries?
There are two basic conclusions. One, with the ventricular asymmetry. Ventricular asymmetry can be a normal finding, but in the setting of psychiatric disease, it indicates cognitive and emotional dysfunction.
Okay. How does that manifest itself in somebody's conduct?
It's going to cause worse behavior. It's going to cause less thinking. It's going to cause less likely to modify your own behavior, basically.
Okay. What was the other one? You said there were two.
Evidence of some brain injury. The atrophy of his superior anterior temporal lobes as well as his frontal lobes is an important combination. When you have atrophy of your amygdala, which is one of your main points of your limbic system, it creates for emotional instability. It makes you more likely to get mad and not be able to calm yourself down. The frontal lobe impairments cause one to be more likely to be impulsive and act without regard to consequence, act without plan, more likely to be irritated and agitated, and the frontal lobe is also important for stopping behavior arising out of your temporal lobe.
Is it practical to assume that these injuries to the brain occurred contemporaneous with the traffic accidents?
The location of this, at least the atrophy, is typical of the atrophy, the shrinkage, where it pulls away from the skull, is typical of trauma to the brain. That's where the skull is the hardest, and that's where it beats up on the brain the most.
So if Mr. Wilson has been in custody since the date of his arrest, which was 2 days after the incident, presumably he had this same brain injury back in 2019.
Yes, but atrophy takes time to develop. It didn't just occur in the last year. It's probably been occurring over the last several years.
Okay. Is there anything that can be done to repair or replace?
No, but medication can be helpful at modifying his behavior, mostly from psychiatric disease, because this isn't somebody with this injury on top of bipolar disorder, major depression, schizoaffective disorder, whatever it may be. It's going to make it worse. So if you at least treat the psychiatric disease and basically a simple answer is this can be treated.
Okay.
But and again, this is just my opinion. The problem that I see with that is there are treatments that can help these things, but there are also behaviors that will increase these behaviors, like excessive drug use. And if you have somebody who is living a lifestyle of where you're bringing in outside factors that are going to make things worse and not better, you're not treating it's having the opposite effect. Because if you think about it, being on heavy hard drugs is going to increase the things that are already part of psychopathy, like without any kind of impulse control or any, the overly aggressive behavior, the violence, that type of stuff. When that's increased exponentially by excessive drug use, like in his case, and he's in a situation where he's in jail. So, okay, let's say you're in jail now, the drugs are out of your system. This could be an opportunity for you, without all of that in your system, to say, okay, this could be a chance for me to, make a new life. And he's not. He's still getting stuff smuggled in. So I think at that point, it kind of goes beyond any of the psychological factors, and that's when the choices start to come in. And I think you kind of lose a little bit of the argument of neurological problems.
So the problem that you have described as a result of the brain trauma is separate and distinct from the psychiatric diseases that he has?
Yes. Most psychiatric diseases don't have a MRI finding say, hey, you have this disease. Schizophrenia, they're starting to see some findings of some commonalities between MRIs and PET findings, but nothing's been established as this is it.
Okay, so this is basically in addition to anything that a psychiatrist or the neuropsychologist may have testified to?
Yes.
May I have a moment?
You may.
I don't know. I personally don't.
Good morning.
Now, you indicated you had an opportunity to sit down and meet with Mr. Wilson, and you conducted a series of tests. Is that right?
That's correct.
What internal validity measures were in these particular tests?
I haven't heard the jail
MOCA
calls.
does not
I've
have
heard
any
they're
internal
bad.
validity measures. However, I find it difficult to believe that someone would fail two parts of it and do excellent on everything else. But the parts that he failed in were the things that the MRI supports that he'd have impairments with.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you specifically about the screen nerves tests, the motor exam tests, the muscle tone, the sensation, which is your deep tendon reflexes, and your assessed Romberg tests.
What about those?
Are there any internal validity measures in those particular tests?
Well, reflexes, I like to see someone fake it because that's not something you can really do. I mean, I've been in this for over 20 years. I've seen people try, but you can't fake it. Motor examination, you can also see that too. There's actually built-in validity testers when you test for leg weakness, but he exhibited no weakness, so I had no reason to believe it was invalid. Tone, he doesn't know what I'm checking for. How's he going to fake it?
Well, my question to you is you conducted these as forensic exams, did you not?
I did.
And forensic exam means that it's an examination by a medical professional for the use in a criminal prosecution. Isn't that right, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and because of this is a forensic examination, you would agree with me that Mr. Wilson has an interest in the outcome of the evaluation, does he not?
He does.
Okay, so continuing on, you conducted these screen nerves, the motor exams, the muscle tone, the sensation, the assessed Romberg tests, sticking someone's tongue out, making sure that their face is symmetrical, making sure that he can smile, whether or not he can shrug his shoulders. Those are all things that you took into consideration, and that is based upon Mr. Wilson's cooperation with you, is it not?
Yeah, those are all things were normal too.
All right. Now, when we get to the MOCA examination that you had previously discussed, that's the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when we were discussing the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test, you'd agree with me, sir, that particular test is specifically a screening device. Isn't that right?
It is a screening device, yes.
All right. And that screening device was something that you had gone ahead and utilized in this particular case. Is that right?
It is.
Okay. And are you certified in utilizing that particular test or assessment?
I am not.
Okay. Why not, sir?
Because when I signed up for that doctor who runs its program, I couldn't get into the system when I pay my bills. Like a week later, I got my access, and I haven't done my access yet. But it's a racket.
I'm sorry, did you say it's a racket?
It's a racket.
All right. Well, isn't it in fact true, sir, that the people who went ahead and developed the MOCA assessment, sir, they actually encourage that successful completion of the official training and certification is mandatory for anyone administering paper based on MOCA tests?
Let me get my... paid something like $200 for this thing.
Okay.
It's run by the founder. But it is accepted, so certification thing is relatively new.
But you've not been certified, is that right?
No, but I'm working on it.
All right. Well, as far as the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test, you also acknowledge the fact that there was no internal validity measure as it relates to that particular test. Is that right, sir?
No, but it needs to be interpreted in the setting of everything. And given where I see atrophy, it seems like it would be a valid indicator of his performance. His memory's terrible. He has atrophy in his anterior temporal area. His executive function is impaired. He's got frontal lobe atrophy. So it makes sense to me.
Okay. Well, you'd also agree with me, sir, that the internal validity measure is to determine whether or not someone is giving a good effort. And you have no determination as to whether or not Mr. Wilson was giving a good effort when you conducted the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test, correct?
Correct. Other than his performance on the rest of it was excellent. He did serial sevens without any difficulty. He remembered word and had word counting. Or he was able to tell me 12 words in 1 minute that started with F without difficulty. That's usually somebody, if they're going to fake it, they're going to fake it there.
Okay, well, isn't it in fact true, sir, that Mr. Wilson has some issues as it related to the memory function portion of the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test?
We can watch it live when they come back. But
Isn't it in fact true that Mr. Wilson had some memory issues as it relates to the testing of them by and through the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test?
Yes, on delayed recall, he had 1 out of 5.
Now, how do you know whether or not Mr. Wilson actually remembered more without any internal validity checks, sir?
I don't know that.
So would you agree with me, sir, that the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test is not as good a measure of whether or not Mr. Wilson has a good cognitive development than those that were conducted by Dr. Eisenstein?
Well, Eisenstein did a 6-hour battery of testing, which is going to be superior to a MOCA test.
hold on.
And are you familiar with the neurological assessment?
Okay. We'll watch it live when they come back because they're going to come back in a few minutes. But let's skip forward real quick to the other doctor and hear from him for a couple minutes before they come back live.
School, which is also at Rutgers University. At that same time, I completed a PhD in toxicology. Hospital gave needle stages, disease in patients who are living. And so we would review looking
through his
close to 4,000 now.
Now, as part of your science,
universities throughout the country to examine brain radiology. So me, I use my eyes, my hands. I use also the microscope as my tools to examine a tissue. Radiologists, for most radiologists, don't have that opportunity.
Jury
so they
has
use
resumed
various machines, which employ either
deliberations.
a radiation or some form of magnetism to create images of those organs.
and do you believe that the field of radiology, someone who would examine those scans, is that an important field?
Yes, very important.
And is that a field that physicians and other medical professionals rely upon?
Yes.
Now, when a radiologist looks at a film or looks at a scan, is it common for them to issue their opinion?
Yes.
Can you just explain how this process works when a scan is ordered?
Sure. So a physician would order a scan on a patient because they have a concern, obviously, based upon their clinical findings or the patient's presentation. So they would order a directed radiological image, depending upon what system they think is injured. So let's say, for instance, CAT scan of the head versus CAT scan of the chest. And then the radiologist would give their impression, their findings, which basically is just a description of what they're seeing on the imaging. And at the end of that, then they'll give their impression of what they feel is the underlying disease process that is responsible for those imaging findings.
And so is it safe to say that these doctors and physicians rely greatly on those radiologists' impressions and findings?
Absolutely, yes.
Have you ever seen a situation where someone would order a radiologist not to put their impression or finding on a scan?
Not in my career, no.
Now, one of the things that was brought up was CT scans, and they're essentially, I believe Dr. Rubino testified somewhat that they're fairly useless. Could you describe what a CT scan is and what your opinion is regarding CT scanning?
Sure. CAT scan is very similar to conventional radiography, but the machine takes multiple slices through a person's body, whether it's the torso, the head, the abdomen, the pelvis, or an extremity. And I think Dr. Rubino alluded to that it's the test we order in acute injury. So yes, it's very often ordered emergently because it's very good at picking up acute bleeding. So for instance, in the form of the brain, you can tell right away if a person has a skull fracture, if there is a hemorrhage in one of the various intracranial compartments, or if there is hemorrhage within the brain. But that's not to say that we can't get other information from that particular study. So we can examine brain structure. You can look at the relative growth structure of various brain regions. You can compare one side to the other. You can gain a good opinion as to what may be the underlying pathologic process that would then further direct other imaging or direct the other clinicians to treat.
Now, so if you saw a CT scan that appeared normal with no issues, would it generally be, would new scans or other scans generally be ordered?
Well, in the setting of acute brain injury, you're going to use a CAT scan first and foremost to see, is there a neurosurgical issue here? Is there a bleeding in the skull itself, within the cranium, that would require surgical intervention? Is there anything emergent there? After that is ruled out, let's say, you're looking at the brain structure. If you see no abnormalities, no acute abnormalities, so for instance, let's say you have a mass lesion or a tumor in one part of the brain, that can certainly shift the brain substance from one side to the other. That would clue in somebody that there's something else going on other than hemorrhage there that we have to attend to. But if you see everything appears normal, it would not send that patient on to get further imaging. Because, as physicians, we first do no harm, right? And anytime you order additional tests, it subjects that patient for possible harm or complications of that procedure.
Now, are you able to connect with what you see on a scan and predict behavior simply from looking at a scan?
No, there's no poor correlation between looking at changes in imaging to predicted behavior. And I think, Dr. Rubino talked a little bit about that with regards to Alzheimer's earlier, and I can speak to it from a pathologist. We certainly know that in patients with Alzheimer's disease, they can have brain degeneration with significant atrophy of the brain. And you can see that atrophy on imaging. And then if that patient dies, I can look at that person's brain and see an enormous number of plaques throughout the brain. But the level of atrophy or the degree of plaques or plaque burden doesn't necessarily correlate with predicted behavior. So I can't say that a person with this amount of atrophy would have, a corresponding amount of cognitive decline. Because there are a lot of inter-individual differences. Each person has their own functional cognitive reserve. A lot of that's based on education, also based on genetics. So the long and the short is, it's very difficult to predict behavior from looking at a scan or even me looking at the brain itself.
So you would disagree then when
Okay, we're going to skip to the live because they're going to be coming back any minute, and I want to see the actual live sentencing, which I'm sure will be a mess. The first doctor was not as likable as the second one seems to be. The first doctor kind of seemed annoyed to be there, honestly. Let me change the banner. Jury is deliberating. Watching Wade Wilson sentencing live. Who are you mad at? There we go. There we go. And I've still got, we're live under here so we can see if they come back. Hello, hello. Doctors do not need to be likable, but do need to have skills and do their job as accurately as possible. See, but to me, if you're going to be on the stand, you do need to be likable. Because if I don't think that you're likable in a sense, because what makes you likable on the stand is going to be a lot different than what makes you likable in a doctor's office. What makes you likable on the stand is being knowledgeable and easy to understand and straightforward and all of those things that make a good witness. And I think that if you're not those things, then it's harder to accept the testimony.
Good afternoon. Please be seated.
Valid. for me, anyway.
It's a housekeeping matter.
All right, well, let me take care of first things first that I
Hey,
didn't
Baker.
take care of first. So one thing in housekeeping, there was a thumb drive that was presented evidence in the Spencer hearing this morning. And let the record reflect states present, defense counsel, and defendant present. You can be seated. Has that been submitted to the clerk?
It has not, I was considering it as a demonstrative aid to the court. If the court prefers that I file it,
Yep,
then I will.
10:30.
I think it was made part of the record and referred to, so I think it's been identified. I would just, yes.
Later, actually.
All right, and when we left, at the end of the Spencer hearing, the defense indicated they had further argument and potentially wanted to talk to Mr. Wilson about presenting anything further regarding the Spencer hearing.
We don't have any further evidence to present. Court can inquire of Mr. Wilson if you would like, but he has elected not to provide any testimony in his defense.
So at this time, the defense does not have anything further regards to the Spencer hearing?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, is that correct, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Then you did indicate you had some argument in regards to sentencing?
I do.
All right.
But we need to approach.
Okay.
Jury question and tell us. Baker, I heard about that. About everybody's having stream problems. The jury, where did we leave off at yesterday? It was 15 minutes ago that the court announced that the jurors were deliberating again. What time did we leave off yesterday with our clock?
And as per the sidebar, I know Mr. Wilson didn't approach, but waiving his ability to be up here at the sidebar, and I'll just say what was said, that basically this morning we had the Spencer hearing. At the end of the Spencer hearing, defense counsel indicated they may have further argument and wanted to speak with Mr. Wilson regarding any other potential testimony. We recessed until 2 o'clock this afternoon, and so the court came back in to see if there was any further evidence or testimony, which appears there's not, and if there was any further argument regarding sentencing. Subsequent to that, I will take another recess, and then we'll come back for the court to issue a sentencing order at that time. So that's procedurally where we are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so is there any further argument then?
Yeah, do you want to get voting?
Yes.
Judge, briefly, you've heard all of the evidence, the testimony in the case. On behalf of myself, Mr. Hollander, Ms. Perez, Mr. Wilson, we want to thank you for your consideration of Mr. Wilson's sentence in this case. We understand that when a jurist takes the bench, we hope you don't have to make a decision like this, but we know that Your Honor has paid close attention. You've considered the law, you've considered the facts, the evidence, and you're going to render the decision that you think is just. Obviously, it's either sentence is a terrible sentence. The sentence of death is worse in that if there is a mistake along the way and we can't correct that mistake, we can't correct the sentence after it's imposed. We'd ask that the court consider the 3 statutory mitigators: the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminal nature of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law was substantially impaired. Obviously, you've heard testimony that he consumed quantity of controlled substances. He described it to the officers, said it basically made him almost insane. Defendant requires specialized treatment for mental disorder that is unrelated to substance abuse or addiction or for a physical disability, and the defendant is amenable to treatment. We don't know what kind of treatment that's going to be on death row. We know that he needs treatment. There's testimony to the fact that he's been on treatment. He's been on the same treatment throughout his stay in the Department of Corrections and in the Lee County Jail. He needs that medication. He needs that treatment. Defendant cooperated with the state to resolve the current offense or any other offenses. I'm sure the court recalls that Mr. Wilson provided a statement to law enforcement. At the time he provided the statement, he was not aware that they had located the second victim. He was doing that in an effort to assist the victim's family. They had already located the second victim, but he didn't know that. He provided them with details that, but for his statement, they would never have known. We have non-statutory mitigating circumstances. Defendant was born to drug-addicted teenage parents. The defendant's biological mother suffered mental illness. Defendant's mental illness presented at age 12 and was precipitated by puberty and substance abuse. Defendant was diagnosed bipolar disorder and I call it schizophrenia. That's a little bit different diagnosis. Defendant is loved by his adoptive parents, Candy and Steve Wilson, who has provided a statement to the court. Defendant is loved by his sister, which was reflected in the statement read to the jury. Defendant was profoundly affected by being abandoned by his biological parents. He's been a loving son to his adoptive parents, as reflected in the statement read earlier today. I remind the court that the jury's recommendation was 9-3 for one victim and 10-2 for the other. Under their previous statute, that would have required this court sentence my client to life. Likewise, I would remind the court that Mr. Wilson has been waiting trial for a long time. The unfortunate death of his previous counsel prolonged the litigation and impacted Mr. Wilson greatly. I point out to the court, lastly, obviously the court has received, and I know that you haven't read them because I have received notification from your office that these letters have been received by your office, but I know that the court would not read an ex parte communication, that the letters have been sent back to us, but obviously there are people that have been pleading for Mr. Wilson's life and for the court's mercy. There are some 40,000 people that have signed petitions to that effect. We'd ask the court to take into consideration that death is permanent. Death is different. And we're asking the court to impose 2 life sentences for Mr. Wilson.
State.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to point out, and I agree with defense counsel, that death is in fact permanent. Christine Melton was 35 years old. Diane Ruiz was 43 years old. Both of their deaths were permanent. Back in June, when this court heard the facts and circumstances of this particular case surrounding the deaths of Ms. Melton and Ms. Ruiz, this court should have learned that this case was nothing more than power, control, and violence that led to murder. Mr. Wilson's decisions were not only pitiless and consciencelessness, but they amounted to tragically reducing Ms. Melton as well as Ms. Ruiz, to nothing more than memories and photographs, to not only their families, but also to their friends. The only reason why that happened was because they both encountered Mr. Wilson. The state, back in July, went ahead and prepared a sentencing memorandum for the court to consider. The reason why the state did that, Judge, was because the state wanted the court to be aware and point out specifically the facts and circumstances supporting the aggravating circumstances and factors that the jury considered in this particular case, and that the jury specifically found proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Specifically, the jury is the one that found that Mr. Wilson was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to the person. That particular fact, an aggravating factor, was established throughout the course of this trial by virtue of the verdict that was rendered by this jury when they found Mr. Wilson guilty of both counts of first-degree felony murder and first-degree premeditated murder. Secondly, Judge, the jury found beyond to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that the capital felony was committed by a person previously convicted of a felony and under a sentence of imprisonment or placed on community control or on felony probation. Once again, this court, as well as this jury, received testimony, not only by virtue of receiving certified court roll prints, a certified copy of conviction as business records, but also received the testimony from our crime scene tech who conducted the fingerprint analysis and determined that Mr. Wilson was in fact one and the same of the individuals who was convicted of 2 felonies, that being trafficking in stolen property and false information to a pawnbroker on the 18th of September of 2019. That was less than a month before these murders occurred. That was established beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, and the jury concurred unanimously on both of those. Capital felony was especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Judge, this particular factor screams for justice. The homicides by which Ms. Melton and Ms. Ruiz died at the hands of Mr. Wilson sets this case apart from normal capital felonies because, once again, it's conscienceless and it's pitiless. And it's unnecessarily torturous to both Ms. Ruiz as it was to Ms. Melton. You heard about the fingernails being broken, the many bruises to their body, or the face, the swollen eyes, the contusions, the bruising all over the torso and arms, the hemorrhages on both sides of their neck, the scalp bruising, the contusions to the lungs, contusions to the liver, to the back of the bladder, to the colon. Her brain was swollen. That was just Miss Melton. And then we have Miss Ruiz. She had the fracture of the nasal bone, the laceration to her left breast, her bruising on both sides of her body, the bruising on the back of her left forearm and on the back of her left hand, the fracture of her fourth finger, the bruising on her right arm, the contusions on her upper back, the hyoid bone, the trachea cartilage being broken, the multiple rib fractures in the front and to the back. And then we have the hemorrhage on the back of her neck. And then you couple that with the fact that Mr. Wilson went ahead and placed his hands around the necks of both of these women and allowed their lives to slip through his fingers when both of them knew they were going to die.
He looked so unbothered by it.
The jury found that particular factor, Judge, unanimously as to both Miss Melton and Miss Ruiz, that it was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. He overpowered them, he controlled them, he silenced them by placing his hands around their neck. Judge, we submit to you that factor should be given extremely great weight. And lastly, Judge, the aggravating factor of it being cold, calculated, and premeditated. The jury found, beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, unanimously, that this aggravating factor applied to Miss Diane Ruiz. That evidence that was presented, beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, you heard and was corroborated by the evidence in this particular case, the statement that was given by Mr. Wilson himself. He asked her where the high school was and if she could show him. He said that once he got her into the car, they'd drive to the school. He was going to drop her off, but he knew in his mind he wasn't going to do it. He started choking her because she started to get out of the car. You could tell that she was getting scared. He saw the fear, and then when she would not die, he pushed her out of the car and repeatedly drove over her and then attempted to dispose of her body in an empty wooded lot. Judge, that is what is precisely the sort of heightened premeditation that's contemplated by that specific factor. And we would submit to you that that particular factor also carries great weight. The mitigation that defense counsel has presented to this court, we would argue, counts for little weight. Not only that, but it's contested, Judge. It's controverted. Everything defense counsel has presented on behalf of Mr. Wilson, whether it be head injury, whether it be psychological issues, whether it be, family matters, all of that has been controverted. It has not been substantiated. There was no history of brain injury. It's not documented in any of the medical records. You heard here today Dr. Rubino's testimony. You heard counter testimony from Dr. Coyne. All of his scans were normal. Neuroimaging studies, both pre and post-arrest, indicate normal brain scans, although he'd have you believe that he had injuries to his brain. That is not anywhere in the record. As much as he'd like for you to believe it to be so, it is not. The review of the incarceration medical records do not indicate any type of cognitive problems whatsoever, Judge. You heard testimony by Dr. Eisenstein. That was controverted by Dr. Herkoff. Dr. Eisenstein even went so far as to present evidence as related to the Dallas-Kaplan, function system. He tested averagely, Judge. He wants to talk about references to his memory, talking about that he has issues with short-term memory. That's not true. He has an ability to recount events when he wants to. He has an ability to tell stories. He has an ability to make you believe something that isn't true. And interestingly enough, Judge, the neuropsychological testing results are not consistent with any type of neurocognitive disorder. Even
Nurse for God
Dr.
gets 5
Eisenstein's
memberships.
own
Thank you.
Tests establish that the defendant's executive functioning, the frontal lobe capability to be within normal range. Judge, you haven't heard anything in this particular case as far as any sort of mitigation that would outweigh any of the aggravating factors in this particular case. The aggravating factors should be accorded such great weight, Judge, that they were proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt as to counts 1 and 4 in the indictment as specifically found by this jury. They, Judge, support and are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death. And they are not diminished by the mitigating circumstances and are sufficient to warrant the sentence of death. And as such, Judge, the state would respectfully request this court to recommend and impose the sentence of death upon Mr. Wilson, because not only is it deserved, but it's earned. Thank you.
Anything else? All right. So this will conclude the Spencer hearing unless there's any other testimony or evidence that either side would want to present, especially the defense. Procedurally, my understanding is that we would take a recess at this point and then come back, and at that point that the state would want to present victim impact testimony or no?
Your Honor, I've spoken with the victim's family, and they would like to rely on what was stated at the actual trial.
Okay, so then this would be the final opportunity for the defense to present any other mitigating circumstances for the court to consider prior to coming back and issuing a sentencing order. Is there anything else that you want
We
to?
have nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Wilson, again, your opportunity, if you wish to address the court, you may. No one can force you to. No one can force you not to. Is there anything you would like to address with the court? Okay. Then we will be in recess. It's 2:20 now. I'm going to spend some time on the sentencing order. So we will come back here at 4 o'clock. And I'll present the sentencing order at that time. Oh, another question before we go. I apologize. I know the state presented a written sentencing memorandum. Did the defense, I know you presented orally your
Right,
sentencing arguments. Was there anything else in writing that you
No,
wanted
sir.
to present?
Thank you.
All right. There was a PSI done. Did you all receive the pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for sentencing purposes, I know that there were other charges that the jury found the defendant guilty of. If you would prepare any statutorily mandated fines, fees, or costs that are associated with those charges, do you have that? If you don't, that's okay.
I can't recite those, Judge. That's not a problem. I do
Okay.
have a score sheet as it relates to those additional charges as well.
Very well. Have you shared that to the defense?
Yes, Judge, I have.
Any objection to that?
No, sir.
I'll accept that.
Thank you.
All right, if there's nothing else for the court to consider, then we will recess and I will prepare a sentencing order and come back here, said what, 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
We'll be in recess.
All right, so in recess until
get out of the car.
4. Oh, that loser.
Okay, the record reflects that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. I have attorneys on both sides. Mr. Tellis is present. I got a note from the jury. It's been marked as Court's Exhibit number 25. Has a few questions. It says, can we get another laptop to review the digital evidence? So I'm assuming they want a second one. And so, we have it? Okay, so I'm assuming there's no objection to the court having the court officer take back a second laptop. Okay. Then the next few questions are, the first one is, can we get the side-by-side walk comparison video from the closing statement? Obviously, the closing statement is not evidence. Then the next question is, could we get the exhibit number for the Jeff Garriman news article videos about Mr. Tellis? I believe that's in evidence.
It is in evidence. It's the lowest number of flash drives.
I just want the parties to agree before I answer.
I'm not positive, but that's what I think it's on the lowest number. Courts and
Do you want to approach and look at the exhibit list?
It's just going to say flash drive, Judge.
I am What? This is making my stomach hurt. Somebody thinks that it's possibly not him. How is this even a thing? How is this even... The questions are, they want another video, or I'm sorry, another laptop, a second laptop to review the digital evidence. They want the side-by-side walk comparison video that was shown in closings, which is not in evidence. It was in closings, so that they probably won't get. And they want the exhibit number that has the news articles that Jeff wrote about Tellus. Put it up here because I know 100 people will still come in and ask. If you had told me they would be deliberating this long and that they would be questioning this stuff, I would say no way. No way. Oh, the state will definitely retry if it's a hung jury. Definitely. They have plenty of evidence to convict this little murderer. If the kitten hill killer walks, I'll never get over it. Me neither. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
Instruction number, what did I say? 33. Okay, it should be instruction number 33. And then please refer to instruction number 25. Okay, if you want to approach and see, and this is what I'll have the court officer sign it. And a copy of this will be marked as Court's Exhibit number 26 as well. And maybe stay close by.
Can I take that exhibit, Judge?
Yes. Do we have the other
Do you want to sign one of these that I'm going to work?
Yeah. Do we have the other? That's
Yep,
the
I'll
laptop.
carry that back.
I don't get it. Look at his stupid face. It really bothers me that he's hearing these questions and he's like, oh, they believe me. How? How? I don't get it. And he's making that stupid smug face like, I'm just going to sit here innocently until they come back with a, oh, shut up. Oh, God, he didn't even talk and I want him to shut up. There's no way. The evidence is overwhelming. Like super duper overwhelming. I'm so confused. I mean, yeah, I would take hung over not guilty, but there's no chance in hell of him getting not guilty. There's literally no chance of that. There's not a world that I can see where this fool is going to walk out of that courtroom a free man. There's not. There's not. There's no way he can convince 12 people that all that nonsense he was spewing on the stand was real life. No chance. I don't get it. I really don't. Bro's DNA was under his fingernails. Did we forget that part? Like, did we forget that part? What could they possibly be thinking? Okay, think about the questions. They want another laptop to review the digital evidence. Okay, so are they going through the digital evidence as in like the videos? Why do they need two of them? What reason would they need to have two of them? They want the side-by-side walk comparison video from the closing. So they're trying to see if it's him walking. And the exhibit number for Jeff's news articles about him. So I would assume they're trying to see what all he published about him and if it was motive enough for murder. It's making my stomach hurt. Nurse for God gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Nurse for God. Thank you so much. I don't... Reasonable doubt has to be reasonable. Kathy, thank you for the super chat, right? The DNA was Jeff revealing his killer. Yeah, that's the way I've looked at it this whole time. I feel like he's an investigative journalist who is, it's like exposing, exposing one last bad guy. Showing the world who killed him. I'm so confused. I'm behind on chat. I wasn't born with orange sperm for 13 whole months. No words for today's events. I don't either. I don't know. Dino Kelly, we are freaking out. What is going on in the courthouse? We were expecting a guilty verdict by now. We have been, we were expecting this so much sooner. Especially because Hamner's closing was really good. I was really impressed by Hamner's closing. I thought there's no way. Yeah, how does his DNA get under Jeff's fingernails if he's not the killer. That seems like a slam dunk to me. Me too. I put my eyebrows, I slept, they came off when I slept. I've still got like a little bit. Oh no, wait, I think it's gone too. Oh wait, no, I got like one little piece right here. I had my Verdict brows on all day yesterday and it didn't get us. You mean the fake bushy eyebrows like RA had on? No, I don't. I've always done the same ones. He did when he joined me with the Verdict brows, his were the big fake bushy ones. Mine have always been the same like tattoo ones, but they're dark, so they look funny on me. This narrative was a joke. It was ridiculous. There's no way that anybody could hear that and believe it. There's no way. Yeah, reasonable doubt has to be reasonable. That's what I don't get. Did you have on your brows when Karen Reed's verdict came through? No, they had washed off by then. Because you only put them on once. And then once they're gone, they're gone. Yeah, that was Thami trial. Oh, Thami. Recap requested. Recap requested for what? What recap? Recap requested with what's going on. What right now? They're deliberating again. They asked questions. They had more questions. They came in and they wanted to know if they could have another laptop to review the digital evidence. They wanted the side-by-side video of the walk comparison that they showed in closings, which isn't in evidence because it was in closings. And they wanted to know the exhibit number for Jeff Gehrman's news article about TELUS. Krista, limited edition, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the green side. Welcome to the family. You live here now. You live here now. What's going on with Wade Wilson? Wade will be back at 4 Eastern for sentencing. Sarah, she's so misunderstood. Harry, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Wade Wilson is in Florida. Ah. Hey. Yes, I'm live. Wade Wilson is what? Wade Wilson is Deadpool's name? Oh. 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 It's my kid calling me to let me know that Wade Wilson is Deadpool's real name. Yeah. Oh. I'm not lame. You're lame. Yes. It is crazy to me. I am equally as excited as you are. My chat is telling you happy birthday. He says thank you. No. Oh, good. All right. Well, I love you. Bye. I love that kid. Guess he's not that much of a kid anymore. He's 21. Yay, happy birthday, Brandy's kid. I said, chat tells you happy birthday, and he said, tell them thanks. Can they hear me? I said, no. I love him. Yeah, I didn't get excited enough that that Wade Wilson was Deadpool's name, so he told me I'm lame. How did the jurors think that the evidence got under his recliner? I guess the big conspiracy. There's no way. There's no way. Does he bruh you? Yeah, we bruh each other. I didn't start doing it until he started doing it to me. Now I do it to other people too. Thank you. Thank you. I love my kid. He's a good kid. The recliner portion is a very weird place. And with half of it being cut up, think about that. What logical reason would they have to plant the shoes with one of them cut up? If they were going to frame him, why would they take the time to cut up one shoe but not plant the murder weapon? It makes zero sense. Zero sense. There are 4 of them in my house calling, bruh. I was not prepared for the baby to join the older ones. Ricardo Suave. 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 Take the B-Day boy to lunch. Aw. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. I just got. Can't fix my face. This is why I shouldn't read stuff online when I'm live. I try not to say his name online. I have some psychopaths who obsess over every move I make. They've they found my brother's phone number and were like texting him horrendous things, and have doxed my friends and all kinds of stuff. So I don't say my kid's name. I just call him the kid. Nothing. It was a good email. You'll know soon enough. You'll know soon enough. Hard work paying off email. How do they explain the DNA evidence? It is probably one person holding up it would have to be one person, right? There's not more than one person that could. Yeah. Kaylin says, I can confirm Brandi has the craziest trolls ever, which is crazy because you have some crazy ones. You have you have some that are out there. They sure do love to be crazy. Courtney Barnes been for 9 whole months. Woohoo! Full term. Full term. If I were on trial, I would want the jury to look at all evidence. I applaud them. Have faith, experience, murder trial jury here. I am glad that they are taking it seriously and looking at all of the evidence. I feel like it would have been done by now, but better to take a lot of time and make sure than to rush through it. Thank you. I have blocked so many so they don't penetrate my happy little bubble. There's so much good going on in my life that the miserable psychopaths can't really undo all of that. They turned their crazy up to level 15 when they learned we were friends. Woohoo! The receipt queens. Bonfire says, I'm not happy they're taking it seriously. Ah. They've got to be back soon. I would think so. Oh, I would think so. Of course, I didn't expect it to take this long, but y'all will know soon enough. I told y'all I've been working a lot on the podcast, and there are some really big things happening and some really exciting things in the works, and all will be revealed in due time. Where did Lucy go? Where is Lucy? Where is Lucy? Oh, she's down here at my feet. I can tell you my new kitty's name is Piper Rose. Aw, welcome to the family, Piper Rose. Lucy's on her union break. That clock ticking is getting as annoying as Karen's fan twirling. We got 1 more hour until Wade Wilson comes back. We can do... Oh gosh, it's a pretty day. Oh, it's so pretty out there. Lucy's had enough of this jury too. Lucy's like, I'm out. I knew he was guilty yesterday. I knew he was guilty at opening statements. When is it due to drop? I've been working. Well, it depends because I thought that the jury would be done by now and I could finish the 2 episodes for this week. I have one coming out on Canton later in the week. It'll probably be closer to weekend. Might be Saturday even. It has to be by Saturday because I have sponsor deadlines. And then the other one is part 2 of the 3 parts for Ashley Benefield, and it will be sometime toward the later of the week. I've been waking up early and working on it yesterday morning and this morning, but I thought we would have a verdict so that I could knock it out, but we don't have a verdict yet. We're making things a little bit difficult. Whatever it is, Brandi, this news made you happy. It does. Yes, it is hard work. Makes me happy. Don't take this the wrong way, but you look way too young to have a 21-year-old son. I don't take that the wrong way. I don't think there's a wrong way to take that, and I will always accept that compliment. Trolls are going to go off the deep end when they hear your good news. Yeah, they are. Yep. Yep. Take us on the beach. I love the field trips. This is Panama City Beach. Live cams. Is Wade going to get death? We did a poll earlier. I think 62% in our poll said they thought he would get death penalty. I think he will. Of course, what do I even know anymore? Because like, oh my goodness, I have a murder case from Dallas about an elderly lawyer set on fire whose killer is now in Florida that I've been working on. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. That's crazy. How crowded does it get on the weekend? Not that bad this time of year. It gets more crowded on the weekends because there are a lot of people that will do like weekend trips, or especially like long weekend trips. They'll come in like on a Thursday and leave on a Sunday or Monday, but Wade Wilson comes back at 4 Eastern, so we got a little less than an hour. I've never been in the Panhandle, but I've lived in Florida half my life. It's a whole different world down here, but I love it. Is Destin worth a visit? Destin is beautiful. Yeah, it is. Okay. I need to take Miss Priss OUT. I have to whisper it because she'll hear me. Yeah, no verdict yet. I can't believe it either. Okay, so let me see. I'm looking for the jail calls. I can put one on while I take her OUT. Oh, she heard me. Now she's sitting down there staring at me. All right, let's see. Okay, so there's one, okay, there's a few of them. Few Wade Wilson jail calls. There's the one where he mentions Deadpool. I haven't listened to any of them. Is there a specific one y'all are wanting to hear? I can turn it on while I take her OUT. Did you see her head pop up when I spelled it? Did you just see that? She heard me spell it. I even whisper it because I know she can hear me spell it, but she even heard me whisper it. Oh, they're X-rated. Are all of them X-rated? Is one with his dad X-rated too? She's on to me. I don't know. I don't know if I can play these. These might not be. I don't have my settings to where I think I can play these. That might be something that I have to do if I'm ever able to make time to filter them. Because I haven't heard them and I don't have my settings to where I can play certain things without getting flagged. I can't get into Discord right now. It's for whatever reason it's not working. Okay, I'm going to leave this up over here, but I'm going to leave this out of the way. I'm going to take her out real quick, or I'll leave it down here so it'll be, oops. It'll be out of the way if they come back. Uh-oh. What happened? Everything froze. Why is this? Hold on. Oh, goodness. My whole thing just decided to update. I was like, you know what? You're not busy. Just go ahead and update and make you reboot right now. No big deal. It's fine. Don't mind us. You weren't doing anything, were you? No. Don't mind us. We're just gonna update you and force you into a reboot. No big deal. Share screen. All right. There's that. Get all my stuff back together. There's that. Let me get chat back up. Let's pop out. Update. Live chat. There's like 11 things that I have to do to get all 3 screens like ready to stream. So when it does that and it knocks me out of everything, then I have to restart all of the things. Okay. Now I think I've got everything back up. Hello, Kathy. Hello, Gossip Rumor Innuendo. Jury will have lunch while deliberating rather than take a break from lunch, according to the court spokesperson. So they're going to keep deliberating. Maybe that means they're close. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. All right. I'm going to take... oops. Take her... You know where. Can't say it. And I will be right back. I'm going to leave this up, and I'm leaving Wade Wilson on too. He's not coming back for 40 minutes, but just in case, because people freak out, I'll leave it up too in the bottom down here. So I'm going to take her. I've got everything unmuted, so if they do come back while I am taking her, you will be able to hear whatever happens. Okay? I'll be right back. Okay. Hello. No verdict while I'm gone? What the heck? What the heck? Oops. Keep doing that. Put Wade Wilson over here. Like no matter where I put stuff, people are going to complain. So I just try to put it where it looks the prettiest. We have broken 6 hours. How though? How though? How have we broken 6 hours with no verdict? I don't get it. Oops. Oh no. Sign me out. Rip Bottoms, welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. You live here now. You live here now. You live here now. Trials. Let's see. Ow. See if there's any exciting news about anything else. I'm surprised about the jury as well. However, maybe they're just making sure they go through everything. Dang. Nothing. I am... I don't get it. Question is, how tall is he with lifts on? They're going to get it today. Y'all think that they'll get it today? Let's do a poll. Start a poll. Do you you think we will get? I hope so. I have got to get podcast episodes done. Getting frustrated. Any car chases? I don't see any car chases. We have 14 minutes until Wade Wilson. Is this even a thing? When they come back, the marshal is going to, court marshal is going to give us, and by us, I mean my people there, a heads up when they come back. I'm just at a loss because I didn't think that I didn't think that there was no chance in my mind that it would take this long. Yeah, there was a question about the side-by-side walking video of him. They wanted to see that, but see, the problem is that was not in evidence. That was in closings, which means it's not something that they can get. But we have, maybe by the time, maybe maybe by the time Wade Wilson is done, The jury will be coming back. Right? Can't be much longer than that, right? Oh, we only had the one question. No, we've had multiple. We had, they wanted, well, yesterday they wanted more paper. And then, what was the other one yesterday? Oh, how to Zoom. That's right. Yep. And then the ones for today, they wanted another laptop to review the digital evidence. They wanted the side-by-side walk comparison that was shown in closings. And then they wanted the exhibit number for Jeff Gehrman's news article about TELUS. I just heard Sarah Boone got in trouble for having 87 pieces of cheese in her cell. I mean, I guess there are weirder things. Somehow. I wish there was a reference point that he walked by where the investigators could get how tall the orange man is, like a street light or a bush. Well, let's think about that.
Mentioned that you did extensive.
Let's see. Oh, his stupid face. Let's see if we can. Oh, there it was. Okay. There he is getting in that. Hmm. Looks pretty close. Here, you want to put this on our little side by side? Um, we'll do our little side by side. He is guilty AF. They're about to come back for Wade Wilson. I would have no problem going to give the jury an assist. I'd be like, here, look, let me help y'all out. Help me help you. Trying to find, isn't there another picture where he, or another still shot, I should say. that one, but it's very far away. They're moving the camera. Make sure I've got that unmuted. It could not have been Paris Hilton. Paris Hilton is twice the height of Tellus. Mermaid Mary Ariane, I did wish Lucy Girl a happy dog day. She got extra TREATS. Sweet little baby. Okay. Google says Paris is 5'8". She's taller than 5'8". She's taller than 5'8". That's what this is. This is Wade. Right here. I thought she was at least 5. I'm 5'9", and I thought she was taller than me. Because she wears like a big shoe. She wears like a size 10 or 11 shoe. I figured she was taller than that. I'm 5'9", and I wear a size 9 shoe. Normally, taller girls wear bigger shoes. Not always, but okay, let's see. Oh, here's a better picture. Look at this one. Let me get this. So on this one, you can kind of see. Hold on, I'm getting these little side-by-sides ready for us to compare. Letting it go. All right. We're waiting on Wade Wilson. I got so many tabs open trying to entertain y'all. Okay, look. Head comes to the same spot. Window. This needs to come up just a little bit. Is right at his chest. I mean, that's the same. He's the same height as the neon ninja assassin. What are you talking about? Evacuated? I don't. For what, the Wade Wilson one? Another escape plan? What if that was, y'all? What if that is another escape plan? That would be crazy. It would be hard for him to get anywhere with them shackles on. But it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've seen happen at a courthouse, right? He is dumb enough to try. Well, no, rephrase that. His groupies. Hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome. Which would explain why they're like, because remember the camera moved a little while ago when it was getting close to time for them to start. The camera moved and now gone. Groupie love. Groupie love. All right, well, I guess we'll put it up here while we're waiting on them to figure that out. Ah! Oh, yeah, he has groupies. He has, like, it's disturbing, but yes, he does. For whatever reason. Whatever reason. I've been in and out, so not in the know. Does he have groupies? He does. He does. No clue why. This is crazy. The crazy groupies have raised like $60,000 for his lawyers for appeal. Do you know how, like, such a slap in the face to the victims' families? It's crazy. Remember, for 2 whole months, Nick, you have 5-day trials. I have 10-day witnesses. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The trial, I don't envy you on that one. I don't envy you on that one. Hades is on the way to help. Ninja help. Yep, just waiting on them to figure out the fire alarms. There's always going to be those people, like even Murdoch gets, like, I mean, and he's not, I mean, he ain't my cup of tea. But look, there's somebody out there for everyone. But even he has like women writing to him and wanting him to be their boo thing. So I don't know. And I don't even know. I don't want to start rumors. I don't know that it was one of the groupies that pulled the fire alarm. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me if it was. It wouldn't surprise me, is all I'm saying. I need some groupies to help me get another laptop. You and the jury both. Ricky Watson, you and the jury both. They wanted one too. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier about the phone calls. I haven't heard any of them. I haven't had time to listen to any of them. And also, he kind of like grosses me out. So I get audacity rage. So I feel like if I listened to those, it would put me in a state of rage. And I try as much as possible to be in a state of peace and love. See how that works out. I'm so confused how people can fall in love with someone for life, right? Right? I'm not cut out for that. We can go eat though. Yeah, his phone calls are, that's what everybody said, that they're super vile. That's like, remember the jail calls that we heard when we were doing Amy's trial, the sex therapist? What was Goofus's name? The one that was obsessed with her and murdered her. Amy Hardwick. What was his name? I remember the victim's name. I cannot remember his name. What was his name? Gareth Pursehouse. Ugh, bleh, that's what it was. Remember his jail calls where he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna be famous now, so you can get my book of jokes and sell it for more money, and you can do." Bro, you ain't even funny. Number one. Number two, nobody wants anything to do with you. You took this beautiful human off the earth. I got audacity rage just listening to that one. Susie H, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Kathy says, I didn't fall in love for life. Every day for 23 years, I liked him enough to let him live. That's a good way of looking at it. Amy was heartbreaking. The Amy Hardwick trial was heartbreaking, especially because she was such a good person, and I loved how she wanted to use, you know, her knowledge and her education and degree on being able to help people who needed it, and you know, bringing, without judgment, and bringing awareness to, you know, mental health in the adult industry. I thought that was such a just great, it spoke so much about who she was as a person, you know, and I loved that. I thought that was incredible, and it sucks that people like him, and she did everything right when he was becoming a crazy person. She did everything right to not, you know, not give hope, but also not provoke, and to, you know, and she did everything right, and he still, sometimes you just can't escape the crazy, unfortunately. Zach, I ran a dating service for chickens, but I struggled to make hens meet. I see what you did there, Zach. King of comedy. I see what you did there. What was he discussing in his phone calls? I don't know. I haven't listened to them. Oh.
Fortunately, we all right, let the record reflect that State's President, Defense Counsel, and the defendant are all present. We're here for sentencing. Was there anything else that the court needed to address prior to sentencing?
No. No.
All right. So I have considered all of the testimony and evidence, arguments of counsel, applicable case law, and statutes. I have prepared a written sentencing order, which I will file contemporaneously with the pronouncement of the sentence here today. I also have copies for the state and defense, which I'll hand out once I conclude. So in the state of Florida versus Wade Stephen Wilson, case number 19 CF 568, the court will read aloud the portion of the sentencing order related to the sentencing circumstances and proportionality. In evaluating the aggravating and mitigating factors, the court does not engage in a mere counting procedure, but instead makes a reasoned judgment based on the totality of the circumstances. In reaching this decision, the court is mindful that because death is a unique punishment in its finality, its application is reserved only for those cases where the most aggravating and least mitigating circumstances exist. The law never requires the imposition of a death sentence. In this case, the totality of the circumstances indicates the defendant, with premeditation, beat and strangled Christine Melton in her home before stealing her vehicle and driving to meet his girlfriend, Melissa Montanez. After Montanez refused to get into the car with him, the defendant battered her in broad daylight. The defendant told law enforcement, when Ms. Montanez managed to flee from the defendant, he fled the scene and drove back to Cape Coral, where he decided that he would murder another person. He saw Diane Ruiz walking to work and pulled over, pretending to ask for directions. She got into the car to provide directions, but the defendant strangled her when she tried to exit. He then drove to an empty lot, strangling her into unconsciousness at least one additional time on the way there. When she tried to flee from the car, he drove over her at least one time, inflicting mortal injuries to her spine, ribs, and neck. The evidence showed that both murders were heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and that the second murder was cold, calculated, and premeditated. The defendant inflicted serious physical and emotional pain to the victims. Moreover, the defendant committed the murders while on probation for prior felony convictions, and he committed 2 first-degree murders contemporaneously with each other and with grand theft of motor vehicle, battery, and burglary of a dwelling. There were no statutory mitigating circumstances that were established, but the court considered the non-statutory mitigating circumstances presented by the defendant. Out of 13 enumerated non-statutory mitigating factors, the court found that 10 had been established. Out of those established, 6 were given little weight. The totality of the mitigating circumstances indicates that the defendant suffers from drug use from a young age, along with undiagnosed and untreated mental health issues of some kind. He felt abandoned by his biological parents, but had a devoted adoptive family who raised him in a supportive and loving environment. Defendant did not resist law enforcement when arrested and confessed fully to both murders. The court has further considered giving great weight to the advisory verdict of the jury, who recommended that the death penalty be imposed by a vote of 9-3 on count 1 for the murder of Christine Melton and a vote of 10-2 on count 4 for the murder of Diane Ruiz. The court recognizes that there is no mathematical formula for considering the aggravating and mitigating factors. It is not enough to weigh the number of aggravators against the number of mitigators. The court carefully considered the nature and quality of each aggravator and mitigator. Having reviewed all of the aggravating factors proven beyond a reasonable doubt and all of the mitigating circumstances reasonably established by the evidence, the court finds that the aggravating factors greatly outweigh mitigating circumstances. Given the facts of the case, nothing in defendant's background or mental state would suggest that a death sentence is inappropriate. This court's review of other reported capital cases has led the court to conclude that the death penalty is not disproportionate in this case. Under the totality of the circumstances and evidence, the court finds no basis to override the jury's verdict. The totality of the circumstances warrants that the defendant, Wade Stephen Wilson, be sentenced to death for each count of first-degree murder. Accordingly, it is ordered and adjudged that the defendant, Wade Stephen Wilson, be sentenced as follows. Count 1, first-degree murder of Christine Melton. The defendant is hereby sentenced to death. Count 2, grand theft of a motor vehicle. The defendant is sentenced to 5 years imprisonment in the Florida Department of Corrections. Count 3, battery. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 364 days in the Lee County Jail. Count 4, first-degree murder of Diane Ruiz. The defendant is hereby sentenced to death. Count 5, the burglary of a dwelling. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 15 years imprisonment in the Florida Department of Corrections. Count 6, petty theft. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 364 days in Lee County Jail. The defendant is given credit for all time served on this case on all counts. All counts are to run concurrent with each other, meaning at the same time. All statutorily mandated fines, fees, and costs as announced on the record are imposed, and the defendant is committed to the custody of the Department of Corrections for execution of this sentence as provided by law. The defendant is hereby notified that these convictions and sentences are subject to automatic review by the Florida Supreme Court. If he cannot afford an attorney to represent him in any appeal, the court will appoint one for him. Are there any other matters to present to the court?
Briefly, Judge, the state would be seeking $17,500 cost of prosecution.
I'm sorry, how much?
$17,500, Judge.
All right. Any objection?
No, sir.
All right. That will be imposed then. Any other terms or conditions?
Absolutely, Judge. We just want to make sure that Mr. Wilson has absolutely no contact with the victim's family.
There'll be no contact ordered with any of the victim's family members and anything else.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Judge, I understand he has other cases pending here elsewhere. Mr. Wilson asked me to ask the court within whatever authority you have
Okay. Well, in relation to those other cases, I know we have cases pending here in the circuit. Today is not the day to handle those. I would maybe put those, I could do it as early as September 16th. I believe that's Monday morning.
That's Malcolm's case.
Yes, Your Honor. Malcolm Dowling from Mr. Wade Wilson. September 16th would be fine.
Okay. Well, I think it'd be more appropriate to handle that at a different time. So let's do that September 16th then at 9 a.m. for the other cases, which are case numbers.
20 CF 16591 and 23 CF 15499.
Okay. And we have court on 16th, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, if I may, he also has a VOP warrant out of Broward County, Palm Beach County. I'm going to get in touch with the authorities over there, but if need be, we'll ask the court to ROR him on that VOP warrant so he can be taken up to
Well, that's not a motion in front of me today, but if you certainly are able to file whatever you want to file, and
Yes, sir.
I'll consider it.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Not from the state judge.
All right, sir. Then, Mr. Wilson, you will be fingerprinted and remanded to the sheriff's department. You'll be held without bond and for transport to the Department of Corrections when it's appropriate. If nothing else, then we're adjourned. And I'll give you your copies. Original. Mr. Shirley or Mr. Hollander? Well, one for the state, one for the defense. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, what do y'all think? What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Oops. Justice. You know, the thing is, I know that it's so hard because nothing, of course, will ever make it better for those families. But you know that is closure is not a word because there's never closure, but it's kind of like at least the end of this chapter of what they have to deal with. So yeah, just hearing the word sentenced to death is bone chilling to me. And it's one of those things that it should be, you know, hearing that a life is going to be lost should be a bone chilling thing. The fact that loss of life to somebody like him doesn't matter, not necessarily his own, but the lives of other people, is equally as bone chilling to me. Yeah, I'm shocked the jury's still out too. I have mixed emotions about death penalty as well. I think that for me personally, I struggle with death penalty a lot. I think that I personally don't like death penalty ever being in circumstantial cases because there are so many wrongful convictions. So, and so many people who are on death row or who were on death row who were exonerated. And for that reason alone, we just hit 7 hours. For that reason alone, I don't like the idea of death penalty in circumstantial cases. But I struggle with it for most crimes. Bug Dugger, thank you for the super chat. I just wish he didn't have to feed and house him for all the years that he will wait till he is taken out. Yeah. It's crazy. We are at the 3-year anniversary for Gabby Petito. Yeah, I saw where her mom posted that today. Thank you, Cajun. He will sit with himself for 23 hours a day for the rest of his life. That may be his personal hell. Yeah, you know, I know that some people are able to somehow have like a whole life inside and all of that, but on death row, when they are by themselves so much, I don't know. I don't know. I struggle with death penalty. I do. That was my first time seeing a live death sentence. Felt kind of sick. There's been a couple that I've seen, and it is very unsettling, I think is the best word I can describe it. I went to Charlie Adelson I was planning on covering Donna Adelson. However, I am going to be, it depends on how long Laurie Shaver's trial is going to be. I have to admit, when defense team read out his adopted parents' plea letter to the judge earlier, I felt just as sad for them as I do for the victims' families. No winners. I agree. I think that for me, that's one of the hardest parts of death penalty too, is because I think about not the life that's lost from oops, wrong thing, that's lost from him, but the family. Let's see what they have to say about it. Oops. Let me move myself. What is happening to their microphone? It's making a popping noise. That's weird. Maybe it'll go away when they start talking. Dream Landry gifted membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wonder Kim, welcome to the family.
All right, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2. You got it. Testing 1 2 1 2. Test test. Testing.
Okay, I'm muting that until they get their audio figured out. That killed my ear. This is the press conference for Wade Wilson. Bug Dugger gets a membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, now we just need a verdict.
You want it aimed at their mouth.
Tony, hello, Tony. Welcome back. Jared question, can we get an Xbox and some drinks?
Oh my God.
That static is driving me nuts. I believe I am going to Sarah Boone's trial. I don't know that I'll be able to be there for the whole thing. It depends. I've got so many local ones coming up in September and October.
Here, so we should have audio,
Local.
video.
I mean, it's still 5
Yeah.
hours away.
You can see me in a few seconds here. Yeah. You should be able to. You've got me now.
I'm going to mute this. That audio is terrible. I'm definitely going to Sarah Boone. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to be there the whole time. What happened? Oh no, that's not me. That's their audio. I had to mute it. That was killing my ears. I'd like to go to Donna Adelson. I'd have to stay somewhere that lets you have dogs. I went to Charlie Adelson, and I was hoping to be able to go to Donna's. However, I'll be at Laurie's, and then Donna's is supposed to start like right after that. I don't know. I got to figure it out. Plus, I've got podcast episodes I got to get done. I've just overpromised myself a little bit. I think that I have more time than I do. I think that I'm like Superwoman and can do it all. So I overextend myself some days. I need to clone myself. Chrissy Bacon says, I've gotten much better at saying no. I have tried. My problem is I I work too much. I overextend myself when it comes to work. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, crap. When was my deadline? Oh. Oh, September 6th. Hey, can you remind me to confirm audio boom schedules by September 4th? Thank you, ma'am. Okay, they're coming. Oh, am I unmuted now? Yeah. They're coming in. Getting ready. Let's see if we can unmute it without audio problems now, maybe.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm State Attorney Amira Fox. Thank you for joining us here today. As moments ago, we saw justice served for victims Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz, as defendant Wade Wilson was sentenced to death for the horrendous, atrocious, and cruel crimes that he committed. He was sentenced by the Honorable Nick Thompson, and this was the appropriate sentence for this evil monster. Standing here with me today is the family of Christine Melton, the family of Diane Ruiz. We are all so sorry for your loss. Also standing with me here today are Assistant State Attorneys Andreas Gardner and Sarah Miller of our Homicide Unit, and our Chief Assistant Rich Monicalvo. These amazing prosecutors who did this case have dedicated years of their lives to this legal work, making sure to seek justice for these victims and their families. I also have with me our Cape Coral Police Chief, Tony Sizemore. I want us all to remember first and foremost that today, as every day, is about the victims of this case, Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. They were two beautiful and wonderful women with their whole lives ahead of them. And they were cherished and loved by family, friends, and their community. I would now like the family to speak about Christine and Diane. And first of all, Christine's family, her cousin Samantha, is here with us today. Come on up, Samantha.
Hi. As a family, we have all been really quiet because it was so important to the integrity of this case. Wade supporters have not been quiet, but we all know that the loudest ones are always the dumb ones anyways. But we're done being quiet. So I will say that this will not be the last that Wade Wilson sees of us in a courtroom. I think most importantly, I wanted to say thank you to Sarah and Andreas for hanging in there with us, because this has been 5 years of agony, and without them, I don't know that we would be here today. So I think that's most important to us, is to say thank you to them and to everyone that helped us on this path. And I think that's all I've got.
Thank you, Samantha. And now to speak on behalf of Diane, her father, Felix.
Yes. My name is Felix Ruiz, father of Diane. I didn't get to say I love her and I miss her. But I also like to thank the state attorney and all the law enforcement involved in this case to make this day become the reality of today. I'd like you know that this is not the end. The end is when the accused takes his last breath, and I will be there at the execution. And that's a promise. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix. We all stand with all of you in your terrible loss. The defendant in this case will now sit on Florida's death row as he awaits the death penalty. He will pay the ultimate price, the highest penalty we carry in Florida, because of the heinous, atrocious, and cruel things he did to these two victims. The decision by my office to seek the death penalty in this case, the recommendation of death by the jury, and the sentencing of the defendant to death today is a reflection of the severity of the crimes committed and the irreversible harm inflicted upon innocent lives. I want to thank the jury for their attention and focus to this case, both during the guilt phase and the penalty phase. We all realize that recommending life or death is the ultimate ask of a juror. The jury's attention during this trial, even during the difficult and awful elements detailing the crime scenes, are to be commended, and I thank them again. It has not gone unnoticed that this defendant is being idolized by some people who are somehow proud to mix their name with his through public comments, fundraising for him, or holding him up to be some sort of positive representation of a man, ignoring that he is nothing more than a vicious killer and about the most poor representation of a man there could ever be. He murdered a woman in her own home who did nothing to harm him, Christine Melton, as she simply slept in her bed. He murdered another woman, Diane Ruiz, who was simply walking to work. Both these women physically suffered tremendously due to his decision to kill and due to his horrible actions. They fought back. They fought for their lives. This defendant is no idol. It is a disgrace, and it is pitiful to hold him up as such. This defendant is now nothing more than a number in the Florida Department of Corrections awaiting death. The Cape Coral Police Department did a terrific job handling this investigation into both these murders and developed the evidence leading to the arrest of the defendant. And I'd like to invite Cape Coral Police Chief Tony Sizemore up to the podium to talk about his agency's involvement. Tony?
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Good afternoon. As the police chief of the Cape Coral Police Department, I represent the men and women who work tirelessly for our community. But when it comes to major events like these horrific crimes and the subsequent trials that happen afterwards, I also represent the community of Cape Coral as a whole. I advocate for them on matters of public safety and criminal justice. And with that, first, I'd like to echo what was so eloquently stated by our state attorney, that this beautiful family deserved so much more than what has happened to them, and we grieve with you. I'm grateful for the jury in the original trial, their dedication, attentiveness, and ultimately the verdict that was reached. I'm grateful for Judge Thompson, who imposed the proper penalty in this case after much deliberation. And I'm proud to work with our state attorney and her talented team of prosecutors to seek justice. I'm honored to say that I work alongside some of the most dedicated, compassionate, and talented men and women at the Cape Coral Police Department, people whose life's work is to make sure that these outcomes are possible. And lastly, and most importantly, to the families. I pray that today's outcome can somehow close this particular chapter so that you can turn the page and begin a journey that will ultimately lead to your peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Sizemore. Now, I've already introduced them, but I'm going to introduce them again because we wouldn't be standing here without them, and I'm so very proud to work with the two assistant state attorneys from our homicide unit who have been on this case from the very beginning, and I'd like them to say a few words. First of all, we're going to have Sarah Miller, Assistant State Attorney Sarah Miller, come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Amanda. Behind every true crime show, every crime podcast, and every criminal trial is a real victim with family and friends that love them and miss them dearly. This case is no different. Behind this case were two families who have suffered great and unimaginable loss. No family ever imagines ending up in our office, meeting with strangers, hoping to find justice for their loved ones. To the families of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz, thank you for placing your trust in us. Thank you for your patience as this case lingered, as the defendant went through multiple attorneys. Thank you for sharing your stories that we'll never forget. Bring back your loved ones. And we know that your journey of grief will continue forever. But it was an honor to walk through you as we sought justice. So thank you. And I just want to thank the jury as well for the hard job that you did in hearing these facts and seeing the victims, and thank you very much. And now Assistant State Attorney Andreas Gardner is going to say a few words, and he will also be available to answer any questions that you have once he's completed his words with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Decision to seek the death penalty is not one that's taken lightly. It takes a lot of thought and consideration. When I first got the calls regarding the investigation, regarding both deaths in this particular case, we began putting both cases together. We learned that not only were they related, but this case was deserving of that consideration. The defendant killed for the sake of killing. And it was nothing more than a vulgar display of power. I know you heard that during my closing argument. And for those of you who are heavy metal fans, yes, I did take that from the heavy metal band called Pantera. So this defendant's acts warranted the death penalty, not because of that he killed or how he killed, but it's why he killed. And he killed because he could. He killed because he wanted to. He killed because he'd already done it once. And he killed because he was going to do it again. It's that exhibition of callousness, it's that exhibition of consciencelessness, and it's that which determined that he didn't deserve to walk among us. So not only did the facts and circumstances warrant the death penalty in this case, it was deserved, and he earned it, and we did not make this decision lightly. So I want to thank you very much for your time in this case, and if you have any questions regarding the case, we'll be more than happy to answer those for you.
What are your thoughts on all the attention this has gotten across the world?
Ms. Miller, I specifically said, when I closed this particular case, along with Ms. Miller, I specifically said this case wasn't about me.
Well, let me see if this one doesn't have the
The
static.
fact that he's getting all this kind of attention is unwarranted. He doesn't deserve any of that attention. Ms. Melton does, Ms. Ruiz does, and the family does. They deserve everything. They deserve the empathy, they deserve the sympathy of all the actions that were taken against those individuals, and they should be remembered, not what he did.
Was there any doubt that you would get the death penalty because of all this attention and people writing to the judge, even though the judge didn't see these letters?
The way in which we presented this particular case and the strengths and weaknesses that we observed in this
Audio's
particular
bad.
case,
There's no
we felt confident in the fact that if we presented this case correctly, that the jury would be able to make the determination and hopefully make the recommendations we saw. And when they did, we were going to argue and make sure that the judge saw what we saw in this particular case. And that was 5 years ago in the making, and that's what happened here today.
You mentioned, you referenced closing arguments, and watching it, anyone that paid close attention, you guys were almost like fire and ice. My question is more specifically for Sarah. Is what was that passion? You know, we could hear that fire in your voice. What was driving you in those moments?
Obviously, the facts of the case, I don't know how anybody can't be passionate about what happened to these women. I think what sets this case apart from a lot of other murders is that this could have been any one of us. This could have been any one of us walking to work, going to an after party after a bar, and to think it could have happened to anybody, it's a scary thought. And so I think this case was impactful to me personally. It was impactful just my getting to know the family and how loved Christine and Diane were. And I wanted the jury to see that, again, this is about them. This is about their, what they went through. And just to show the jury that we care, that we're not just here because it's a job, but it's because we really do seek justice. We don't go into this job for big pay. It's because we do want to see justice for our community.
After the verdict, you talked about victims and other alleged victims, Palm Beach County, Tallahassee. Do you think the final chapter today is justice for those who may not have gotten justice before?
I do. I know for a fact that there were victims who went forward in the justice system and didn't get the result that they wanted. I know that there were cases that didn't go forward. I know that there were women that were afraid to pursue charges. I know there were women who dropped charges because of their fear. And so this case is a win for so many people, and it's a win for anybody out there that would ever come into contact with him, because as Wade Wilson's father testified at trial, I believe he would have done this again. I believe if he hadn't been stopped on this day, there would have been more victims. And if Mila didn't have witnesses at her spa, that she would have been a victim of murder as well. So I think it's a huge win for the safety of our community, for the safety of the state of Florida, and for anybody that's walking down the streets.
I have a question more for Ms. Fox.
Yes.
You mentioned how Wade Wilson got a lot of uncalled for early detention.
Yes.
What are some lessons learned, from those particular examples in this case moving forward? How is your office perhaps going to adjust or, and giving less notoriety to monsters like Wilson?
Well, I think in the world of social media and the internet, I've been doing this a very long time, 34 years, and I have to say that I have never seen someone as evil as Wade Wilson. And I have never been so stunned as to see some people in the community that actually think it's a good idea to support somebody that evil and that monstrous. And I don't know that there's much we can do differently. I would hope that people in the community would conduct themselves differently and remember that 2 beautiful, innocent young women died because of this person, and that they would conduct themselves differently.
Can we talk about how important the change in Florida's death penalty law recently was to this case? Without it, you would have got life in prison.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ron.
Well, with regards to the change in the law that happened, over a year ago? We were concerned, and when we presented this particular case to the jury, we felt strong enough that we were able to convince the jury that this case was well deserving of the death penalty. The change obviously assisted us as it related to, achieving the death penalty in this particular case. However, we felt strong enough that it warranted the death penalty regardless of the change.
If you could say something to Christine and Diane right now, what would you say?
Well, let me just say this. When Sarah and I began this case, we received an email from a mother of a young lady in northern Florida. Her daughter had gone through an issue with Mr. Wilson. That kind of motivated us. One of the things that she told us was to go get him. That was one of the things that stood back in our mind when we tried this particular case. So we're hoping that Ms. Melton is looking down and Ms. Ruiz was looking down and saying, good, we got him.
What would you say, Wayne?
Bye.
It's my understanding that his communication in the jail has been cut off for a couple of weeks. Who made that decision, and is that accurate?
We just got emails from a couple days ago, so it doesn't appear to us that his communications have been cut off, at least from what I've seen come through our office.
You got an email from him?
We request his jail emails, so part of the process of our case is we've been requesting and reviewing his emails and phone calls to all of these women, and maybe a lot of these women don't realize, but all of this is public record. So their names, their emails, where they work, the photos they sent, all of that is public. And so we know the women, we know these types of jobs they have, where they are in our community, where they are in the world, and we've been reading them. So we've seen a lot of this communication through the course of this case.
Anyone have any other questions?
Wait, Wilson, I'm hiding behind my I'm not too tall. So Wade Wilson has several pending cases. How do you expect those to move forward? Are you going to pursue, what can you pursue beyond the death penalty on those cases?
So because they're pending, we're not going to discuss them because they're open cases. However, what I would like to say is that we will resolve them in any manner as quickly as possible to get Wade Wilson on his way to death row where he belongs. All right, thanks everybody. Thank you for coming.
Okay, y'all, Daddy broke my heart.
You step here, Sam.
I want to tell you and your wife that story from the jail.
These are the 2 victims. This is Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. Anytime the dads get choked up, I automatically All right, they're done. poor dad. I no longer have any expectation of how long it will take. Oh, for the jury. Oh, yeah. I give up. But there are some that they were talking about earlier that take a lot longer than what we thought. Letitia took this long. So you can tell nothing from the time a jury takes. People do not worry. And we had talked about this earlier too, because think about too, you know, we've all been sitting here talking about this nut job and posting about him and chatting about him and rolling our eyes at him. I'm pretty sure I've at least thrown something about 4 or 5 times, especially during his 3-day narrative. But this is the first time they get to talk about any of it. So come on, Las Vegas jury. So the court martial, make sure, because I sure do ignore my phone a lot. But I'm not going to ignore it today. I mean, I have been. It's been blowing up all day. But I am not going to ignore it from at least this one person. The court martial is going to give a heads up when they come back. Oh yeah, she acknowledged that. She said something about the loud his groupies. What do they call them? His wives? His groupies, whatever. Little floozies running around pulling fire alarms. I was joking. That's a rumor I just started. I don't know that it was, I don't know that it was them. Ignore me. Can we petition to force him to change his name? Well, you know, my kid got real mad at me and called me lame because I didn't get super excited that Wade Wilson is Deadpool, so. The glamour shots. I love them glamour shots. On to the next verdict. Yes, all right, come on, bring it on, y'all. We got justice for Christine and Diane, and now it's Jeff's turn. Bring it on. Lucy's ready. It has been a busy week. Jurors always surprise you. Yeah. Fahmy had a guilty verdict the first time, but, well, technically the first time in the trial of his second wife, who he suicided, he was acquitted, which is, if y'all saw my background video on that one, that what's crazy and super sad about that is that her mama sat out there on those courthouse steps and said to a reporter, he is going to do this to somebody else's daughter. And dang if he didn't. That is the most, when I found that video clip, that was like the most like haunting just, it gives me chill bumps. It just, awful. Awful. He got away with it. And then at his second murder trial, which was the first murder trial for Sharon, he was convicted. But they brought in evidence from the second wife from that trial. So that conviction was overturned. So then the third trial, he was found guilty again by the same prosecutors on this trial that we just watched, and without any of that information coming in. How long were those deliberations? I don't remember. Hold on, let me see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find it. I don't remember. Oh, he sure does get under my skin. It says several hours on this one. Let me see. After more than 4 hours of deliberation. So he was a little over 4 hours. Thummy. Lord have mercy. Someone just asked Vanessa about a rumor verdict and said no, still outside the courthouse and no verdict. Yeah, Detective Dean's still at the courthouse. I'm not sure about Corey Richards yet. I think RA's doing that one. I don't know. I've got so much going on, y'all. I am trying to get it all worked out. According to, Sage Isabel says, according to the Florida Department of Corrections, the average time in death row is 13.22 years, with an average of 14.12 years from offense to execution. They get fed at 5 a.m., 10:30, and 4 p.m. Oh, yes, I've heard this, and I have avoided it. I just got out of one very toxic relationship with a trial, and I am not quite ready to dive into the next toxic relationship with a trial. You know, the only good thing about Tellus is that we have all despised the same moron in this one, and for that I'm eternally grateful. It's the only good thing I can say about this fool is that there ain't, look at that little dog. There ain't nothing good about this fool except for that. Except for the fact that we all disliked him together as a team. This one should have been a slam dunk. I thought so too, but oh, Annie said, hello, Annie. No verdict. I'm sitting outside courthouse door. Tell us it's a palate cleanser. That's about the only good thing I could say about him. It has been lovely for us all to show up and be angry at the same person. Yes, RA is at the courthouse for Richens right now. Yep. He has been given updates yesterday and today on the Twitters. Oh, gracious. Keep something in mind. Monday is Labor Day. Are you going to follow Sandra Birchmore? Yeah, I have put some of the stuff in the podcast about Sandra Birchmore, and I was planning on getting a little bit more in depth in it this week with Sandra Birchmore and Justin Root. However, now with every time I think that's calming down, then so I'll still put something in there about them this week. Because I've been in touch with families, but I am going to have to get the other stuff into the civil suit and the denial. I can't keep up. I just need Canton to calm it down for a little bit. The Laurie Shaver one's going to be crazy. And we can all agree that that's one crazy broad. There's enough evidence against her, plus my friends, that were forced to roast marshmallows over her husband's dead body. There's enough against her for us all to go into this equally annoyed at her as well. So that will be lovely. We need a Big Brother style show with these juries living together and not discussing the case. Oh my goodness. Right? Yeah, it's only 2:30 in Vegas. They're taking their time. We went over the civil suit stuff yesterday. We were talking about that. You know, the problem with the civil suit, there's multiple problems with the civil suit, I think. I'm no attorney. I just talk about them on these YouTube streets. But the problem that I see is, okay, now there's this civil suit, before they go through with the next trial. Okay, so now is Paul not going to testify in the next trial? Because you can't really, it would, go toward bias in the jury's minds with what he says. But also all of the testimony that came out about Karen Reed not appearing drunk from literally everybody that was there. And the court papers are very reliant, or the civil suit is very reliant on Karen Reed being visibly drunk, and everybody said that she was not visibly drunk. So that's a problem. And then also whatever. We'll see. We'll see how it happens. It's just, it opens up some discovery doors both ways, which is going to be interesting. I don't know. There's just a lot. There's a lot there. Every time I think that case is about to calm down and give me a minute to breathe, then it don't. I hope the telesters come forward once they hopefully render a just verdict. I do too. I would love to hear what they have to say, especially about his narrative. I just want to know that they are just as weirded out as we all are. That's what I would like to know. Yeah, Laurie Shaver's going to be crazy. I need to make a video on that. I looked again last night. I cannot find where I'd started the video on that. I think it was on my other account that I had to, my other Canva account that I had to change. So now I have to restart it. But I found all my documents on it that I couldn't find yesterday. So at least I have that. But I'll make another video as soon as things, add it to my list. Add it to my list. Tyler Toys, I had on my brows yesterday. I did, however, mess one up. It was a little bit crooked. So it kind of gave me like that two-seater look. A double-decker. Somebody called it my tri-brow. Because I had 3. It's fine. But one of them started coming off by the time I was off stream yesterday, and then the other one, I slept it off. I'm an aggressive sleeper, apparently. Maybe that's why I don't have eyebrows to begin with. Could be. If the brows are off, he will walk. Not true. The brows have not been delivering the way that they were back in the old days. Now we just don't know what's going to happen. Need to delegate some things to Lucy. I do need to. She's got to get it together. She's got to start earning her keep. All she does is lay there. They just don't make brows like they used to. Really, though, I'm glad you aren't getting hate for this case. I probably am. That's okay. Let the pigs wallow in their mud. I have like at least 28% of Twitter blocked at this point. So I probably am. Every time somebody sends me a message about, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry about what's being said, I was like, I don't know and I don't want to. I'm fine. Let the people be psychotic on their own. I need the tape on brows. Yeah. Then it'll start falling into, it'll be fine. Does DNA not matter anymore? That's what I thought. Oh yeah, I had lifts from my right brow. Had that sucker jacked up. Good night, Silver Fox 74. Good luck on your dreaded doctor's appointment. I know, right? 8 hours. I plucked all mine out in the night. You know what, Lizzie? I feel you on that. Because when I was in high school, in the 2001 time frame, that was the cool thing to do. 17 magazine was telling us to pluck them all out and only leave like one little line. And you do that for however many years and they just stop growing. And then you add that I'm blonde on top of that and I blame 17 magazine and genetics for my lack of eyebrows. Teen Bop, yeah, there you go. With your Jinko jeans. You got the biggest jeans in creation. You could fit a family of 5 in your Jinko jeans, but you ain't got no eyebrows. That's what was in style back then. And what was it, Delia's magazine? That's how everybody was. And big old jeans and no eyebrows. Pamela Anderson eyebrows. I can't pluck mine. Need professional taming every month. I pluck mine, like some of those stray ones, like maybe once every 3 or 4 months. Maybe once every 6 months. Ish. Maybe once a year. Actually, I'm trying to think of the last time I did. I think I did. Maybe once or twice a year. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Put a 12-pack of beer in those jeans. What did you store in your Jinko jeans? Wrong answers only. This was for the rich kids. We loved window shopping. Yeah, I would I would end up saving up because you had to, y'all, okay, but that was like Amazon before Amazon was a thing, because you couldn't go on the internets and order your stuff and it be there in 2 days. You had to like go through the catalog and order it from Delia's, and they had like that little thing where you would fill out the form, or you could call in your order. Could you? I think I remember you being able to call in your order. Be saving up my tip money for that in high school. And life is a beast, right? For my old age, I still have brows, but my lashes are history. Both of mine thinned out a lot when I went through chemo, but my eyelashes came back. I started using, I use this lash boost, and so it made my eyelashes really long and thick. And actually, you can't tell it now because I haven't had it done in a while, but when I do like that lift and tint thing, and when I do that, you can see how long and thick they are, but I hardly ever wear makeup, so you can't really see unless I put on makeup. I love that lift and tint, though. Makes it look like I have fake lashes. That's the only way I got mine to come back after chemo. A ferret. Wine coolers. An extra boyfriend. A brick cell phone. Oh, yeah. Walkman cassette player. That's a good thing to keep in your Jinkos. Y'all never heard of Jinko? They're huge. It's like a ball gown on each leg, but they're jeans. And that's what was cool back in the day. Sears catalog. JCPenney. Lip smackers. Oh, y'all actually had a dealie store. I didn't know they had those. Thank you for the super sticker. How are we even still deliberating? This is not even real. What is this nightmare? Do they not have forensic? What if they're all back there making fun of him? What if they're back there like, can you believe he got up there and said this? Can you believe Paris Hilton is in on the conspiracy? Can you believe he said he's 6'5"? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're back there like, bro, can you believe this fool said that? Jinko trending on Google now thanks to this stream. Woo woo. Parachute pants, yeah. I bet the jury would have a verdict in their Jinkos. If only. If only. Just found a picture, mine from 1999 and my Jinkos. Oh, that's hilarious. Juror question, can we get a set of Jinkos? Please and thank you. From the Delia's catalog. I'm going to take one thing out and charge it in case it starts dying. David Reese, thank you for the super sticker. They must have free slots in the jury room. That may be. They are in Vegas. Maybe they are just back there making fun of him, though. Oops. Every time I click on that, I accidentally pause it. Someone needs to remind the jurors that their reasonable doubt needs to be reasonable. Like I've looked to see too if there's any other. Remember tube tops? Those made a comeback. Now it's crop tops everywhere. Everybody's done run out of material and stopped making shirts long enough. I don't like crop tops. I like, you know what I like? Beer and cheeseburgers. So no, I don't like crop tops. I saw crinkly shirts the other day. It's funny seeing all the stuff from the 90s come back. Can we ask one of the jurors when this is over what the holdup was? I would like to know. I feel like we should be able to submit questions to the juries. Like, I feel like that should be a thing. We should be able to say, what's taking so long? Or how's it going in there? How many, what's the split right now? Or even if it's just more specific about like y'all know he's lying, right? This guy cannot do a crop top. I have so many scars too. Like I have so many scars where they have had to completely cut me open and rearrange my insides and rebuild me and all that to make me, live and whatnot. I've had so many surgeries and I've had so much that I have scars and stuff, and so yeah, crop tops are not. Bring back bell bottoms. I love bell bottoms. Beer and cheeseburgers for the win, Kenny Peterson. Might be back trying on wigs. Tube top at the gym. That would never work for me. Yeah, me neither. Mm-mm. No. No, girls like that doesn't work for my kind. The juror who asked about his height got automatic 4-person. They're back there playing spades, playing Go Fish, or Uno, reverse, draw 4. It would make more sense than still thinking he might be innocent. Kathy L., new member, welcome to the family. You live here now. You live here now. Welcome. Welcome. Low battery. I told you, as soon as I put this one in, then this one's like, you're low. Get low. Get low. Get low. Get low. Get low. To the window. Just breaking out in a song. Next trial we need Veridct Jinkos. Bringing it back. Bringing it back. Old school style. $8 hours for a no-brainer. I'm baffled. I am too. I'm going to be honest with you. I was pretty positive We'd be done by now. How late do they stay? They stayed till, well, yesterday they stayed later. They were doing 5 o'clock on regular court days, but they stayed later yesterday. I can't remember how late they stayed yesterday. LA Gear. If y'all could bring back one brand of anything, what would it be? One brand of anything. Bongo. Good men. Hash jeans. Lisa Frank, everything. It's free. Actual pudding pops. Jordache. Hello, welcome. Guess jeans. Blockbuster. Blockbuster was the best. Yes. I love me some Blockbuster. That was like a whole Friday night experience. That was a whole Friday night experience. Go ahead and picking out your movie for the night. Kids today will never know. Levi's 501 button fly. Old school Juicy Couture. Oh, those were the best. Oh my gosh. I loved those. Speaking of Paris Hilton. Surge soda. I remember that. Wasn't it like antifreeze green or something? Maybe antifreeze isn't the best thing to compare it to when you're talking about something you eat. Trapper Keepers. I love Trapper Keepers. Good country music. Oh, give me some George Jones. Miller's Outpost. Clackers, Dr. Scholl's. Dress Barn. I saw a meme once that said, future society is going to stumble onto all these old Blockbuster movie store ruins. And that's our mark on society. Not Coliseums for us, just Blockbusters. Drive-in movies. Oh, there was, when I was living in Georgia, there was a couple drive-in movie theaters in Atlanta. There's one that I know of. I think there was another one too that I never went to. There's one that I went to. It was so fun. Panama Jack. Space Invaders. Ditto Jeans. I don't think I know Ditto Jeans. PMPED. Okay, what's one thing that I'm loving this throwback. Going to make me feel old. My youngin's turning 30 or 20. Oh gosh, not 31. Turning 21. So let's go on and make me feel old. Things I was, you know, so we'll talk about old things that don't happen anymore. Because he was asking me about phone books. And he said something about, he was like, so how did that work? How did you get a new phone book? And he was asking me questions about it. And I was like, gosh, it's weird that, like, you know, kids don't know those things. They don't know about how we went through all that. And so I was telling him, I was like, yeah, like they delivered them. And, which was really funny because he had no idea. And he was like, was it like a thing? Like, do people get excited? And I was like, it's not like that scene on The Jerk where he's like, you know, like, oh, the new phone books are here. The new phone books are here. I was like, it's not that, but like it, you know, we would trip and fall over it when you walk out on your front porch. So at least there's that. And I was telling him about movie phones having to call. You didn't get to get on Fandango and, you know, get your times and order your tickets. You had to call and go through the whole list of movies and all the times they were playing and started talking. If somebody started talking during your time, I'd be so mad. Because they'll ruin that for you. If you go through that whole time and wait, and then somebody talks through your movie time, you'd be so mad. So mad. Newspapers. You know what? Something I was telling him about too when we were talking about stuff like this. I was like, before people were on, what are the dating ones? The Match is one of them, and I don't know. I don't do online dating. What is the? You don't know what I mean, like Matt Tinder, and what's the Bumblebee one? Whatever those are. Anyway, before there's all that, like people would put it like personal ads. I was telling him about personal ads. Like people would put personal ads in the newspaper. Could you imagine doing that now? Do people still do that? Four-channel TV that would stop. You know, you'd get the color bars and that annoying noise. TV wasn't 24/7. And having to fix the bunny ears on there, getting it just right, putting tinfoil on the end of it. If you couldn't get your channel in, you'd have to put tinfoil. TV guides. I had a huge collection of TV guides. Be Kind Rewind. Calling for the Time and Weather. Tape recording songs off the radio. He and I were talking about that one too, because I was like, yeah, you would have like, back when MTV used to play music. Y'all remember that? It's been a while. They would have their countdowns, and you'd get like your little cassette recorder thing, and you'd hit record when the music would start. So you would always get like a VJ, or if you were doing it on the radio, have a DJ that would kind of come in at the end of the song. So you'd get so used to singing that on your mixtape that by the end of that song, you would be expecting to hear whatever it is that the VJ or DJ was saying too. Love Connection. Oh my gosh. Y'all remember the game show Love Connection? Watching morning news and waiting to see if your school had a snow delay. Oh my gosh. And y'all, I grew up in Walton County. I had to wait till the end every time. Having Debbie outside turning the antenna. I took my daughter to the library and asked where the card catalog was. Oh, I love the card catalog. Payphones, pagers. I had one of the see-through pagers. I was so cool. Couldn't tell me nothing. I had one of the see-through pagers. I used to wear it around. But it was like the turquoise color, but it was see-through. And I had one of the see-through phones too. MTV with actual music videos. It's when they be climbing on the top of hoods of cars with their big old hair swinging and stuff. That was quality TV. And the Fly Girls on, I wanted to be a Fly Girl. Ain't got a lick of rhythm, but I wanted to be a Fly Girl. I was too stiff. Like, I was a cheerleader, so I was like, so that kind of stuff I could do, but I was way too stiff to be a Fly Girl, but I wanted to be one. In Living Color. My life's ambition. I never made it. I told him too about Justice Obsessed says arranging your life around your shows, and if you miss it, no going back. I told him too about, like, if commercials would come on and you'd be like, all right, I have 2 minutes, and you'd have to like run to the bathroom and then run, get your snack and fill your drinks or whatever. And then if you're like in the kitchen doing something and people are like, it's coming back on, you'd come like hurtling over the couches and stuff, like trying to get back in there. Mixtapes. How many of y'all got mixtapes from your gentleman callers or your lady callers when they're trying to woo you? I love me some mixtapes. Now we just send links to Apple Music songs. I recorded Vanilla Ice off the radio. See? Yes. Yes, Love Connection. Be back in 2 and 2. MacGyver. Singled Out. Oh my gosh, I loved Singled Out. Jenny McCarthy and Chris Hardwick, right? And then Carmen Electra was on it after that. Soul Train. Dialing 411. Dialing star 60, what was it, star 67? Is that the one where you block your number? %7 interest. Boom boxes. VH1. Oh my gosh, full service gas stations. Y'all, if we still had that, I would probably drive more. I don't hardly ever drive. I think my car has left my condo complex like once in the last 2 weeks. I live so close to everything. I work so much anyway. And then on the weekends, anytime we go to something, it's walking distance from where I'm at. And usually my friends will, be coming out this way anyway, so they'll pick me up, and then when I get tired, I walk my butt home. I can't hang with them. They like to stay out late. I walk home. Full service gas station. That was the only good thing about being in a relationship, is somebody else pumping my gas. And somebody else driving, because I hate driving. I'm a passenger princess. So those are 2 good things about being in a relationship. Somebody else driving and somebody else pumping your gas. But also, if they're always driving, then you don't have to pump gas as much. It's really the only thing that makes it worth it. Even then, it's not worth it. I'd rather deal with an Uber driver than a boyfriend. Babysitter's Club. I liked Babysitter's Club. Oh, Star 67 still works? I didn't know that was still a thing. Star 69 to figure out who the last person to call you was. I remember that. Remember when, like, caller ID came out and it was so, like, highfalutin, fancy? You had to pay extra for caller ID. Y'all remember that? You had to pay extra for caller ID. Remember that thing where you could pay like a penny for 742 CDs or something? What was that? I remember. Milkman delivery. Spencer's. Calling the time to set our clocks. We used to have to hurt each other's feelings to your face, right? Or like if you were expecting a call, you'd like, I can't talk. Columbia House, that's the one where, yeah, that's the one where you pay like 1 penny and you get 838 CDs or whatever it was. I still owe Columbia House money. Ooh, I'm reporting you. I bet there's a reward for you. I still owe money for Jacob's elementary school library book. That young's gonna be 21 in a couple days, and they emailed me the other day. I just happened to see it because I was looking for a junk email, and I saw that and I was like, y'all are persistent. Somebody, I guarantee those librarians that are still trying to find us for his elementary school book, it's like they're like one step away from being the ones who are trying to find for your, extended car warranty. Pretty impressive. I forwarded it to him. I was like, you're on your own now, kid. Roller derby. I get so mad if my mom didn't ask who it was, if it was a boy. Napster, yes. Every one of our computers had viruses and stuff, I'm sure. Saturday morning cartoons. Oh, and remember Saturday morning had Saved by the Bell, and what else came on Saturday mornings? Once you got a little bit older and we were past the cartoons. Saved by the Bell and stuff like that came on Saturday mornings. And remember Friday night TGIF? Remember TGIF? It had like Full House, Perfect Strangers. What's the one with Suzanne Summers? Who else was on that one? I can't remember who else was on TGIF. I loved TGIF. That's the kind of stuff you play in your, like, Step by Step. That was it. That's the kind of stuff that you play in your Friday night around. Writing checks. Oh, gosh. I remember writing checks. The Wonder Years and Blossom. I love Blossom. Family Matters. Yes, Family Matters on there on Friday night. On Nickelodeon, remember Are You Afraid of the Dark? I loved that. (90210), Mork and Mindy, Silver Spoons. My family watched a lot of Unsolved Mystery. My mama watched. That was her favorite show. And then that music was so creepy. And we lived out in the country. So when you go to, at the house I grew up in, there's one bathroom on the lower level. And there's one on the upstairs level. So when you go to the bathroom on the lower level, so like we'd be in there watching Unsolved Mysteries. My mama loved that show. You have to go to the back side of the house to go to the bathroom. And we are surrounded in like, I mean, there's a back pasture, but then it's just woods all around the pasture. It's like my daddy used to hunt out in those woods, but it's nothing but woods. And you go to the bathroom and like the window was like right there. And we never kept anything over it because we were out in the middle of nowhere. Who's going to look in our windows? Until you go back there at night after watching Unsolved Mysteries with that. Oh, it's so scary. And then all of a sudden you're like, everybody's looking in the window. There ain't nobody out there. But I was terrified of it. And then I'd get like that, catching my breath, and I'd just pee just as fast as you can and go running back out there. It's horrible. Teddy Ruxpin. I had a Teddy Ruxpin. Oh, there's free episodes of Are You Afraid of the Dark on YouTube. Oh. Dragnet. I used to watch Dragnet on Nick at Night. Tales from the Crypt. I remember that. I remember Fraggle Rock. I loved Fraggle Rock. And Reading Rainbow. Love me some Reading Rainbow. What was the one, what was the show? Zoobilee Zoo. You remember Zoobilee Zoo? Zoobilee Zoo. Zoobilee Zoo. Magic and wonder are waiting for you. The heck do I remember that? Pete and Pete. Captain Kangaroo. Romper Room. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. The original CSI, a show that changed juries forever. That's true. How many times have we heard people talk about that too, about prosecutors and stuff? They're like, yeah, when that show came out, all of a sudden, like people who have been, called for jury duty are expecting it to be like that, and it's not. X-Files. Oh, I loved Kids Incorporated. Some of the stuff I haven't even thought about in years. We should just do this from now on. Screw trials. Those, make you feel bad. We'll just, sit here and talk about how old we are and all the things that we used to do from now on. This is way more fun. Dinosaurs. Not the mama. Yep. Not the mama. My brother and I used to sneak and watch. We were supposed to be in bed. Don't tell my mama. Mama, if you're watching this, turn the TV off. It was your son's fault. We used to sneak and watch the top 10 list on, remember the top 10 list on, what was it, Tonight Show with David Letterman? We would watch it and we would get so excited to watch it. Half the time the jokes went over our head. We had no idea what they were talking about. But we would get excited to watch it because sometimes we would understand it. DuckTales. I love DuckTales. Oh my gosh, I love Doug. Yep. Patty Mayonnaise. Rugrats. I loved Rugrats. Yeah, I Love Lucy. Miss Priss down there is named after her. Getting slimed on Nickelodeon. I grew up in Georgia. Walnut Grove, Georgia. Little bitty town. Graduated from high school there. And well, now there's a Walnut Grove High School now. That's how much it's grown since I left. There wasn't nothing but there's one flashing light with the barbecue place where they stole the pig. I've told you about that. And 2 gas stations and a liquor store. And that was it. And now they have a whole high school. It's crazy. But I graduated from high school there, and then I moved away to go to college. Well, if you listen to the trolls, I'm a high school dropout, and I never graduated, and I lied about that. So stupid. Mimsy, thank you for the super sticker. What was the slime game show called? What was the slime game show called on Nickelodeon? Well, a lot of Nickelodeon stuff would slime you. Walnut Grove sounds like a fictional TV town. I know. Well, it is the little house on the prairie town. I never watched that show, but I heard about it. Double Dare, yes. How many churches? I have no idea. Tons of churches. There wasn't nothing but pastors and churches. Hee Haw. I loved Hee Haw. Yeah, I told people before when I got married, I've been married twice. I don't recommend it. When I married my first husband, we were together for like a decade. He's from Chicago, which is very, very different than Walnut Grove, Georgia. And he and I were talking about that one time about how when he was young, he would hang out on the stoop. And I was like, I would hang out in the front barn. Like, I don't know anything about a stoop. But we were talking about the things that, like, how different our lives were and stuff and growing up. And I was telling him, and I think I've told you all this before, I thought that, you know how, like, on TV, you see mailmen walking and carrying the mail? I thought that was just something that they did on TV. I didn't think that that was, like, a real thing. I thought that that was just something cute to put on cartoons and stuff. I didn't know that that actually happened in parts of the world, because where I lived, you couldn't walk to get to house. You could take your horse. You could take your four-wheeler. You could take your go-kart. You could hitch a ride. You could walk, but you couldn't get to, like, multiple houses. Not like house to house. Like, that wasn't a thing. I thought that mailmen who walked house to house was just something made up for TV that was just funny when dogs chased them. I thought that was fake. Turns out it's not. Who knew? Sandra Oliver, what's taking the jury so long? I wish I knew. I wish I knew. But they deliberated through lunch, so maybe they're getting close. Green Acres. I loved Green Acres. It made me want a pig. I wanted a pet pig. Oliver. I love the way she said that. Oliver. You can't do that on television. Oh, yeah. The original Price is Right with Bob Barker. My friend, she's Polish, she moved here from Poland, and that's how she learned English, by watching Bob Barker on The Price is Right. That's how she learned English. Isn't that funny? Candid camera. People don't understand how big it is. Big. It's a big old world out there, y'all. Your horse, yeah, you can you take your horses. I loved my horses. You have pretty horses. Tennessee walkers, paints, and miniature ponies. We had 2 miniature ponies too. Farm living is the life for me. Land spreading out so far and wide. Keep Manhattan, just give me that country pride. Oh, you're Polish? My friend is Polish. She actually, it's funny because my first husband, the one that he and I are still friendly. His family is Polish, and he was such a good cook, and my mother-in-law, like such a good cook. And she and I are still friends. We still share book recommendations, and I ask her for how she makes stuff. She's a good cook. But he was such a good cook, and she's such a good cook. But it's such different, and I can cook. I can cook. But the stuff I cook is mostly like Southern cooking. So Polish food and like Chicago cooking and stuff, it's totally different. So I love hearing how they make things. They're so good. So good. Ooh, I liked Dobie Gillis. Oh, this is cute. I grew up in New York City. Walter was our mailman for decades until he retired. He was a very kind and sweet man. Upon his retirement, my parents put $100 in a thank you card for him and cried a little. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, I loved Mr. Ed. My daddy loved chips. Dallas, who did shoot JR? Remember? You know something my mama always talked about too? On General Hospital, when Luke and Laura got married, that was like a real big deal, I guess. And my mama and her friends like skipped high school to go home and watch that. I think she got busted to watch Luke and Laura's wedding. Luke and Laura, yeah. I'm pretty sure she got busted. I think my nanny came home early or something, but I'm pretty sure she got busted for. I'm about to call her. Be like, hey, Mama, didn't you get busted skipping high school? I'm telling all your dirty secrets on the internets. The Goonies never say die. 1981, Luke and Laura. Oh, if it was 81, then she wouldn't have skipped high school because that's the year my brother was born. Maybe it was before that. Oh, yeah, the Carol Burnett skit of Gone with the Wind. That was funny. Thundercats! I loved Thundercats. I loved Mary Tyler Moore and Rhoda when they made that. I used to watch Nick at Night all the time. That was my favorite stuff. My mom made us disappear when it was time for her stories. I love that. I love the Munsters. She-Ra. We were talking yesterday when I was doing this fool's glamour shots, and I was giving him the earring, the star earring. We were talking about Jim. Remember Jim? The Flying Nun with, oh yes, with Forrest Gump's mama, Sally Field. Maybe what we're doing right now is what the jury's back there doing. Maybe they've already filled out their boxes and they're just sitting back there like, hey, y'all remember this? Hey, y'all remember this? Maybe they've been done and they're just back there reminiscing about things that don't happen anymore and shows that don't come on anymore. What was the first movie y'all ever went to the movie theater to see? Do you remember? I can't remember the first one. I remember I went to see the Santa Claus with my parents because we got to go on a school night, and that was like the coolest thing ever. But I don't remember that was the first. I just remember going. Mary Poppins, Star Wars, Bambi in color. E.T. at the drive-in, that one would be a good one. Empire Strikes Back. Rocky IV. The Shaggy Dog, I remember that. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3. Sound of Music. Oh, I loved Urban Cowboy. Bud and Sissy. My first concert was Billy Ray Cyrus. Mine was Limp Bizkit. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Mine was Limp Bizkit. I went on a school night. I told my mama that I would spend the night with Nikki Dillon so that we could study for the test the next day, but really, I went with Nikki Dillon's cousin Chris and his friend Derek to the Limp Bizkit concert in Atlanta on a school night. Sorry, Mama. That was before you could track people on their phones and stuff. So I went to Nikki's house and my mama called the landline. Yeah, Mama, I'm here. We're trying to study. Leave me alone. And then we hightailed it out of there. First concert was Kenny Rogers and Crystal Gale. I used to want to grow my hair out like Crystal Gale. My mama is listening. She probably is. She comes in here sometimes and she catches me saying stuff. Sorry, Mama. Can't ground me anymore. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. I got to see Tom Petty the year before he died. I'm so glad I went to that concert. Such a good show. I just saw Paula Abdul Friday. She's 62. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, I saw her. She opened for... Who was it that I saw? It was a boy band from when I was a kid. It wasn't New Kids on the Block. Who was it? Was it? A few years ago. I can't remember now. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't New Kids on the Block. Oh, and DJ Jesse. Okay, yeah. So it was New Kids on the Block. That sounds right. Martha, thank you for the super sticker, super chat, whatever they're called. Thank you for it. The monkeys free with my father's press pass. Oh, that's cool. I saw Santana open for Janis Joplin. That one's a cool one. I saw Lenny Kravitz and open for Aerosmith, and that one was a really good one. That one's a good concert. Yeah, still no verdict. What would y'all do if they had come back with a verdict and I had accidentally hit pause and we're all just sitting here talking about like everything in the world and we missed the verdict? Would y'all be mad? I love Steven Tyler. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. The one time I lied to my parents and said my boyfriend and I were going to a play, but we snuck into CBGB's and a new band was first up. It was Blondie, maybe 1975, 76. That's so cool. My mom's big into music like I am. She went to a Styx concert and she got like before they were like even like real big, and she got the drumsticks from the drummer on Styx, and so I have those now. And she went to Hank Williams Jr., the Whiskey Benton Hellbound tour, and she got one of the concert shirts, and I have that shirt now. I still wear that shirt. It's from the 70s, and I still wear that shirt. That would be hilarious. It would y'all be mad? It is 3:34 in Vegas. I saw Blondie before she was famous in a bar. That's cool. I saw Coldplay before they were famous. I have the guitar pick from Coldplay. I saw them at a little bar in Atlanta before they were famous. I saw Zach Brown before he was famous. I saw, what's the guy, Body is a Wonderland, whatever his name is. I saw him before he was famous too. He played at a little college bar that I was at. I can't remember his name. My mom's cool. My mom's cooler than I am. John Mayer, yeah, that was it. That's the Body is a Wonderland guy. I saw him before he was famous. Forgive me. I don't believe you, but I appreciate it. Dixie Tavern, yeah. You know Dixie Tavern? I went to my first ever concert this year. It was Ed Sheeran. I can't say it. And I'm 35 years old. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad you got to go. Garth, I went and saw him and Trisha in Atlanta, and that one was a really good concert. He was on a good concert. Pila's mom, what's everyone's first car? I had a 63 Rambler tank. My first car, I kind of had, I mean, it depends. I had, I think it was like an 87 Mustang convertible that my dad got. My family, we grew up owning body shops, which is why I started working on cars. But he wanted me to drive the convertible because he could put the top down so I wouldn't have a blind spot. But then once I actually started driving, that was like what I learned on. He got it, I think it was wrecked or something, and he got it. But then that's what I learned on. And then when I actually got a car that I drove, it was a Dodge Neon. We just hit 9 hours. '72 Volkswagen Bug, '73 Camaro, '70 Mustang, '85 Tempo. Y'all had some nice cars. My mama had a Gremlin, I think. Pretty sure she had a green Gremlin. Chevy Malibu. The first car that I ever built for myself was a 1970. It was a Malibu because it had a 350, but I took the motor out and put a 454 crate motor in it. And so it was a Malibu, but I made it into a Super Sport. But it was a 1970 Chevelle. Oh, that thing was pretty. I painted it myself. Pearl white with pink SS stripes. 454 crate motor in it. All new interior. That thing was bad. That's cool. I rebuilt a 57 oval window. Oh, that's cool. 65 Ford Galaxy. I love those. Them boats. Can't remember what it was, but it was a big old boat. I love those big old boat cars. They don't make those anymore. You could slap into a concrete wall and have like, just kind of like, get it off of there. 76 Camaro. Hey, Kiefer. I want a 68 Chevelle before I die. I loved mine. Well, mine was a 70, but I love that thing. Run slap into a concrete wall with one of them big old boats and just be like, yeah, it'll buff out. Put a little compound on a rag and get that right out. It'll be fine. Won't hurt nothing. I booped a guardrail. I booped a guardrail in my 84 Ultimate. That's so funny. 1963 Chevy Impala Super Sport. I love Impalas. Have you ever been to Impalapalooza in Indianapolis? They have all kinds of cool cars. That's fun. And Rod Run. If you've never been to Rod Run in Cherokee, I recommend everybody go to that at some point in your life. Kim, we still have time. It's only 3:41. We still have time. I still have faith. I have faith. We still have time. I'm not giving up hope for today. I was at the first Live Aid. Oh, wow. Run. I got stuck in traffic for 16 hours once. Oh, it's so nice, though. So nice. Some of the coolest cars. I am not from Indiana. I just traveled for car shows and stuff, fun stuff. I'm from Georgia. I lived in Ohio for 5 or 6 years after I left Georgia, and then I moved to Florida. Cars were rare, but that 16-hour traffic was traumatic. I believe it. Woodstock 69. Showing my age again. Oh, that's so cool. Reporter just said it's now been more than 9 hours of jury deliberation. The media, Telus' former employees, and Gehrman's family are all waiting outside the courtroom. See, they still have faith. I lived in Springboro for a while and then in Miamisburg. I live in Vegas. I'm annoyed with how long this is taking. Go tell him. Go knock on the door. Just be like, hey. Y'all, come on. Tell him, come on out of there. Yeah, I lived in downtown Miamisburg. Okay, right there where they had the SWAT standoff last week or the week before, whatever it was. And where the bridge is, it goes over the river. That's like right where I live. Not even half a mile from that. Yeah, there's still time. It's only 3:45. There's still time. Thank you, Kiefer. It's wild that we all had V8s back when gas was 40 cents a gallon, right? Oh, Girardi attorney guilty of fraud. Oh. No, he does not. Wade does not have to serve that time before death row. Cheapest gas I ever got was 26 cents. All I remember about when I was in like high school and stuff, you know, it's like the 87 89, 90, whatever, like how it has that rating thing. I used to think that, that was the prices because it was basically, that was kind of the prices when I started driving. It was like the unleaded gas was like 87 cents a gallon. And the only reason I remember that is because those numbers that are on there, I used to think that that was the price on there. Maybe they all think they are on jury duty season 2. After that narrative, I don't blame them for thinking that. So I fell asleep and still no verdict. Woke up to Brandi talking. Yep. It's all I've been doing for 9 hours and 11 minutes. How has this jury taken so long? I have no idea. I have no idea. I took a nap around 3 my time. I need to. Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be something? Maybe it is jury duty season 2, but the joke is just on us YouTubers this time. Honestly, that would be the only thing that could make his testimony make sense. You didn't miss it. Nope, you didn't miss it. We are still waiting. Somehow. Where's Lucy? You can see her. She's like, you can see right here. She's kind of like laying in front of her. She's laying on her little fur rug right in front of her bed, playing with her toys. Special KL, thank you for the super sticker chat, whatever. I always call them the wrong thing. Thank you for the super sticker chat. Thank you, thank you. I'm convinced. Kathy says, I'm convinced that there's one idiot holding out. Maybe. It couldn't be more than one, right? Right? Maybe one of the jurors is in on the conspiracy, and that's why they're taking so long. Maybe. It's crazy. Unholy Saint 88, gifted membership. Thank you, thank you. They're waiting on Paris. Yeah. Yeah, Lucy's underneath. This whole like little get up you see for her down here is underneath my desk. Like you can see my hand right here. That's underneath my desk because that's the only place she'll sit. She will only sit at my feet unless like she does like to sit over by the window and like bark at the seagulls and stuff or the TikTokers. Oh Lord. Spring break when all the youngins are out there dancing into their phones and stuff on the beach. She loves that. So she'll sit out there and bark at, she'll sit in the window and bark at them. But even that she won't do all day. But she likes to be normally like right at my feet right here. Next jury request is to interview Paris. I think the Telus team is feeling probably because the longer a jury takes, normally like the better chance they have of acquittal. There ain't no way though. There ain't no way. I'm never guessing on time for a verdict again. I'm still wondering why they needed more. I'm still hung up on that. For what? What are you writing? Right. How do you need more paper? How? He's got to be thinking that he's walking out there. Like, because even his smug, stupid little face when he came out there that last time that the jury had questions, you could tell that he just thought he had this in the bag. Maybe they're playing tic-tac-toe. Yeah, it's a jury of 12. They left about 6 yesterday, which is, we've still got about 2 hours until 6. Yeah, there's no, right? There's no way. There's no way. Jurors getting them free. It's Taco Tuesday. Don't they want to get up out of there? Yeah, the verdict has to be unanimous. Instead of the jury asking questions, can we, and like sending a note, can we send them a note and just be like, y'all, he's guilty. He did it. Check guilty. Playing Pictionary. I don't know what else they could be doing. I really thought this was going to be such a quick verdict. If this one's hung, it's because your brows were off, like in Karen's. No, because that I had the brows on for Melly and it was still hung. The brows are not predictors of what happens. I wonder if the jurors looked mad when they came in. I don't know. Juries are definitely unpredictable, but Still. I have not seen Microdot's latest stuff. I have it saved to my watch later so that I could watch it, but I have not had a chance to watch it yet. Look, even Lucy's getting mad. I already put the brows on. You can't put them on twice. It's like a one and done. And I put them on yesterday. That name should not be mentioned. Let me tell y'all. I thought that the Melly trolls were the worst that you could possibly have. Because it was the worst I'd had up to that point. And we wouldn't even say the name Melly for the longest time on this channel. Because it was so bad. But that is nothing compared to the ones from Karen Reed. Nothing. I've said the trolls from Melly wanted to ruin your day, and the trolls from Karen Reed want to ruin your life. They all crazy. Prosecutors gave excellent closing. It was great. They did a great job. Yeah, Karen Reed trolls were horrible. And the people who became that trial changed some folks. Or maybe it just exposed some folks. Kathy, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. I bet there's just one person who's loving having so much power and just arguing to be arguing. Right. It has to be that. Kitten Hill Killer will not go free. I unsubbed from about 10 channels. Yeah, I unsubbed and unfriended and everything from yeah. Still nothing. Who's the Kitten Hill Killer? That's what Kathy called Tellis because he was talking about putting his lifts on. And she's like, lifts? Like a kitten heel? So she started calling him the Kitten Heel Killer. Thought that was hilarious. Nicolosi. It might be. Um, I don't know when the new trial is for Millie. I'm not sure. I know it got delayed a couple times. Will you do the Karen Ray trial again? Yeah. I know that some people would like for me not to, but I've never been good at, you know, giving in to what a-holes want. Because that's the thing, is that I spent so much time invested in the Karen Reed trial and with the podcast and stuff especially, and have spent so much time on it long before, you know, some of the people who have started acting like psychopaths over it, long before they even knew what it was. So I'm not going to stop just because people are jerks. Because they're going to be jerks regardless. You can retrial will be hot. Brett's still stuck on Paris Hilton in this trial. I love it. DNA evidence. What's the holdup? So much evidence. So much. So much. Tell a story is just pure fantasy. His narrative was ridiculous. Ridiculous. Zach, thank you for the super chat. I could have been a champion in the Junior Olympics if it wasn't for those meddling kids. That one, almost as bad as the other one. Almost. But not quite. Which means you're showing improvement. Almost. Hello. You're just in time for Zach jokes. Tell it. Yeah. Tell his testimony was narcissistic, gobbledygook. He was a hot mess up there. Robert Tillis is innocent. Robert Tillis might be. Robert Tillis is not. But sure, free Robert Tillis. Don't know what he did, but Robert Tillis, on the other hand, he guilty AF. Zach, do you know why a chicken coop has 2 doors? Because if it had 4 doors, it would be a chicken sedan. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I'm the only comedian that pays people to hear my jokes. It's probably true. It's probably true. BD, remember 9 whole months. Let's watch some panda videos. Speaking of trolls. God bless the morons. I'm making my eye twitch. Let's see. There you go. Okay. Where did I leave off on chat? Wait, I missed it. Oh, where'd I go? She said, say goodnight, Zach. Oh, not in here. It was my notifications. Jessica, remember for 2 whole months. Thanks for the joke. My sister-in-law loves dad jokes. She laughed out loud. There you go. Zach, you have a fan for your jokes. See? There are 3 important rings in marriage. The engagement ring, the wedding ring, and the suffering. Dang, why are all the panda videos not very... Oh, wait, here we go. Here's one. What's the matter? Why are you whining? What's the matter? Are you very sad? Come see Mama. What's the matter? Goodness gracious, that was pitiful. That was pitiful. Goodness. Goodness. Your friends are here. You say hi to your friends? Bread covers, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Oh, goodness, goodness. What's the matter? You pulled your hair bow out. You pulled your hair bow out. You very angry? You have temper problems? Audacity rage? Yeah, she's over it. She's like, look, you've been at this computer for 12 hours. She's mad. She's over it. She's a Yorkie poo. She's half Yorkie and half miniature poodle. And which apparently makes her undesirable since she doesn't have papers. You are not undesirable. That's why Mommy got you. She's looking at me like, I don't care. Just come on. Let's go do something. What? Yeah, Lucy, get us a verdict. I've heard that she does look like an Ewok. That is... She's been told that before. What I really love about your content is that you don't focus on just one trial, but offer a variety. That is because I have severe ADHD and I just bounce all over the place. Lucy, fetch a verdict. Fetch a verdict. Go get a verdict. Go get it. Let's get it. She's staring at me like, excuse me, hello. She is 5 years old. She just turned 5 on June 3rd. What? She's not happy. How long do we wait for Thami? A little over 4 hours. I looked that up earlier because we could not remember. A little over 4 hours. What is it? Do you need it? You want a treat? Do you want a treat? Give me 5. You want a treat? Give me 5. Good girl. All right, let me get you one. Let me get her a treat. You want one? Come here. Come here. Okay. Okay. I get confused when I hear Brandi say Lucy. Lucy. Biggest injustice ever, Glenn not being allowed to testify. Glenn was hilarious. He said, everybody done slept with his mother-in-law. Glenn was trial gold. Trial gold. The jury instructions in this case were clear, and they had that picture of the verdict slip with the proper boxes checked in red to make sure they saw exactly where they needed to check. Bread covers, thank you for the super chat. How the zoomed in image show a driver with, yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. I showed it earlier. Somewhere. Where? Let me pull it up. That guy. Ugh. Here, wait, here it is. It's him with a hat. Or a hood. And glasses, I think, but I didn't put glasses on him. Look at that. That's what that is. It could also be a wig. I think it's a hoodie. What? Still no verdict. Why are you... Did you already eat that treat? Did you already eat it? You're very needy right now. You want to sit with Mama? You want to sit with me? Come on. Oh, goodness gracious. We need to change how juries are done. They need an options. Phone a friend or ask a YouTuber channel. I would love that. I would love that. What? You are not happy right now. I know you're tired of me being right here. I'm sorry. Hopefully they'll be done soon. I know, I'm sorry. I know. Listen to this poor little thing. You hear her whining? This is like pitiful. What's the matter? What's the matter? very upset. What's the matter? She's so upset. Maybe I should take her out. I'll take her out. You wanna go outside? You go outside? You go potty? Is that what it is? Her little nub is wagging. Did you go potty? Okay. Let me take her out. I will leave this up in case they come back. Maybe that's all we need. Maybe we just need for me to walk outside. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, we are back, but I have bad news, y'all. The jury is done deliberating for the day. So, that's it. They went home. Why are you whining? We just got back inside. She's not happy about there being no verdict. So that is it for today. That's crazy. I would not have guessed that. Would not have guessed that. But they are going to continue tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. How? Well, I guess we'll be back tomorrow. Do it all again tomorrow. We're going to have to figure something out. Something has to happen tomorrow. I have to get the podcast episodes done. The nostalgia was fantastic today. That was fun. And we all got to know each other so much. All right. Well, I'm going to go. I still got a lot of work I need to get done. I thought that today was going to be a short day. So I don't know. If they don't come back by lunch tomorrow, then we might just have to leave the stream up and let me work on the podcast episodes. I've got to get them done. I'm on deadlines. This was not on my bingo card. This many hours of deliberation, not on my bingo card at all. Get those podcasts done, girls. Sponsors be sponsoring. Look, they give me deadlines. And they are serious about them. So, we'll try again tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow will be the day. Maybe. Surely it can't take a whole nother day, right? Right? Hello, Ada K. Hello. Lucy is still being needy. You're still needy. I just took you out. And you got to see your friend Jenny. There's a little wiener dog that lives down the hall named Jenny. And her and Lucy are besties. And she just got to see Jenny when we went out. All right. Well, we will try again tomorrow, y'all. They'll be back at 8:30 Pacific. Stop. Come here. I just took you out. I just took you out. Say bye to your friends. Say bye to your friends. Say what happens in Vegas. No, it doesn't stay in Vegas. If it stayed in Vegas, then we wouldn't be sitting here waiting on it for 10 hours. Lucy says we'll have a verdict tomorrow. I don't know what to tell y'all, guys. Maybe tomorrow will be the day. Maybe. Hopefully. We'll try it again then. I will get the... Hi, Scott. I will get the stream up for tomorrow. I'll have it up in just a few minutes, and we can... I'm so surprised. We can try again tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow... Tomorrow will be the day. Fingers crossed. I appreciate y'all. You're the best. Manifest it tonight while you're sleeping. Verdict tomorrow. Verdict day tomorrow. We feel it. We feel it in our bones. Right? Right? We'll see. All right. I love you. Have a good night.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?